impact of the proposed Shepherd's Rig wind farm. We concluded the applicant's evidence in chief yesterday, and we're due to pick up this morning with the council's evidence, followed by Mr. Gordon and Ms. Clubb. We're due to have a fire alarm test here. I think I mentioned that yesterday. It should happen just after 10 o'clock, so I apologise in advance for the brief pause that we'll need to have for that. Before we get started, can I just recap on our discussion yesterday about the timetable? And if the party's evidence concludes early today, the intention was to begin the policy hearing 1 today rather than tomorrow morning. So can I just check whether there's any further comments on that, and can the applicant confirm that Mr. Bell will be available if necessary to take part in that session later today?
Mr. Bell will be available, ma'am.
Okay. Council, are you happy with the schedule?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Gordon? Yeah, okay. And Ms. Clubb, I can't see you there, but yeah.
Here.
Yep.
I'm here. I'm not entirely happy with that. I may have to live with it, I understand that, but as somebody with difficulties communicating at times, I've already declared that I'm dyslexic. It's sometimes I need a little bit more time, and I'm very concerned that there's a pressure being put upon me to squash what I have to say into a package which is difficult for me to deliver. I do have a message today over this week to deliver on behalf of the negatively affected, and I'm very concerned that due to time pressures and people's agendas that especially the fact that I'm at the end of the queue, I'm always at the end of the queue, that when time runs out, everybody goes home and I'm left having not been able to be given the time to say what I need to say. So yes, if I run out of things to say, I'm happy for it to go on, but I do not want to feel pressured, because the more pressured I am, then the more rambling I will become. I don't want that. That's not my intention. It's not to. I wish to fit into this inquiry, but it's difficult for me to do that with the difficulties that I have. So that's. I also wanted on that, while we're on that topic, obviously tomorrow we have the traffic and transport hearing, and it's scheduled down for half a day. Which is pretty much 2 hours. Again, I'm very concerned that I was the person that asked for this meeting, this particular hearing, but I'm the person that's right at the end of the line. And for a hearing of this nature to last for 2 hours, and me being at the end of the line is disturbing to me. So I do understand that there's procedures which you follow, but I would ask that I've worked out that perhaps if I have to get 15 minutes allocation to say what I have to say, that would be adequate. And if perhaps I could speak briefly, just since I was the person that asked for that hearing to be to go, if at the beginning, before the applicant says their piece, if I could have 5 minutes at the beginning just to say something very briefly. It may not be 5 minutes, it might just be 1 minute, but if I have an allocation of time at the beginning, and then at the end, at least I'll have said something when I'm not tired. I do get very tired listening. Especially, well, most people do, of course, but I get especially tired. And I that's what I ask.
Okay, could I come back on a couple of points there?
Yes.
I totally understand what you're saying, and we don't want you to feel pressure in giving your evidence. My understanding really was that it was more that Mr. Trunick maybe didn't think he would take as long in cross-examination today as he thought. So it's not that we're trying to squeeze, that anyone's trying to squeeze your session. We will give you enough time, and if we feel that we don't have enough time to start the policy hearing today, then we won't. So And in terms of the hearing on traffic and transport, I mean, one suggestion might be, I don't know whether you and Mr. Aid would want to swap around. If you wanted to go ahead of Mr. Aid, would that be helpful?
Yes, that might be helpful. Yes, if Mr. Aid's all right with that, if you're okay with that, that would be fine.
I don't know whether you're able to contact him, but we can certainly contact him later today to see whether he would be willing to do that, so that the community council will go at the end.
We could speak about it in the morning before it starts, at the beginning. Yeah.
Okay, but that would certainly suit us. Would the other parties be happy with that if we swapped those two parties around at hearing 2? Mr. Trinick?
Entirely content, although of course the hearing session is not so much leading evidence, it's a discussion led by yourself in any event.
Yeah.
Following the agenda, so a little bit of a different format, which might actually assist Fiona Club being a more informal approach.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
That would, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Armstrong, anything else to add?
Nothing else to add. Oh.
No. Okay, so any further points?
Yes,
Ms. Clubb, yep.
Yes, today, for the first part of today, I'm going to be switching my video off, but I will still be here. I'll be listening. So, just to let you know that if there's anything, I'm still here.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further comments before we start? No. Okay. Great. So I think we will just turn over to Mr. Armstrong now to get us started. Thank you.
I'm obliged, ma'am. The council's witness is Dr. Swales, and we will take Dr. Swales' recognition as read. But I know Dr. Swales had a little bit of trouble yesterday with the system and working into the system, and she asked if she could, if we could sort of read into the today. And I think it would be also helpful if Dr. Swales could read out one paragraph just to make sure that everything's working okay, and it ties into the additional questions that I've got. So if people could perhaps have to hand CD 12.1, which is Dr. Swales' inquiry report, and if Dr. Swales could just read that first paragraph 1.1.1, strategic location, just to check that everything's working all right on this side.
Thank you. Strategic location. Kensmore of Carsfairn and the proposed Shepherd's Rig wind farm scheme share a strategic location towards the head of the Glen Kens landscape. This location is particularly visually prominent across surrounding landscapes due to the spatial quality of the valleys, a number of which come together here. Kensmore of Carsfairn and the other associated hills make a positive contribution to the scenery and assume a landmark status due to both the location and their unique characteristics. Shepherd's Rig has the potential to be especially damaging to this due to both the overall spread of the wind farm and the scale of the turbines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swell, and everything seems to be working correctly from this side. Just on that, yesterday you were present when Mr. Denny was giving evidence, and we had some discussion about figures 1.1 and 5.1 in your inquiry report. Figure 1.1 is on page 3, electronic page 8, and figure 5.1 is on page 70, electronic page 75. And in light of Mr. Denny's evidence and the discussion we had, I wonder if you could just clarify the purpose of these two figures.
Thank you. Referring to figure 101, Shepherd's Rig strategic location, I have identified through analysis the area where, in my opinion, the landmark presence and sculptural qualities of the Carsfairn Hills are most pronounced. And that's the area in purple on the plan. We can see the other main areas and features of the Upper Glen Kens: the main valley, the head of the Ken, the Strohnfreggen area and the Benbrack ridges. And we can appreciate how central to these the Shepherd's Rig site is. And if we go to figure 501, which is entitled Wind Farm Pattern of the Upper Glenkens, we can see here that development has been successfully resisted in this central area. And we can see Longburn and also the first Corn Harrow scheme, the turbines that were problematic and were removed in the second scheme. Strategic pattern is of great relevance here.
Thank you. And you heard Mr. Denny on strategic pattern yesterday, and he talked about organic development as opposed to planned development of wind turbines, particularly to the north of the Carsfern Hills. What's your comment on that?
Thank you. My position is that there are elements of both organic growth and guidance-led elements to the wind farm pattern. I've worked in this area for 10 years and have a good understanding of how the different casework has progressed and developed, how cases have, if you like, come in and how they've been negotiated or not been negotiated, as may be the case. And what I'd say is, whilst I accept Brian Denny's factors of such as wind capacity, land ownership and agency, etc., in determining the eventual pattern, I can also see how both national and local guidance has operated in this area. And if I think of the key guidance documents to this, I would say the SNH or Nature Scott Siting Design Guidance 6.3 has some relevant paragraphs in terms of, if you like, common principles that should be applied where multiple wind farms exist. 5.6, which is our own supplementary guidance for wind energy development. And I'd point really to the paragraphs here, D11, which set out criteria for assessing wind farm pattern. And also 5.7, the capacity study, where there are also quite a lot of paragraphs in that worth looking at, probably in the introductory sections as well as in the key sections, which are directing aspects of a more strategic pattern. So these guidance documents influence us in our assessments of schemes as they're coming in, and even at scoping stage, we're looking at some of these and thinking about those and how whether things do fit in with an acceptable pattern in an area or not. So there is definitely a guidance element to the pattern as it has evolved, in my opinion. But what I would say is, even if we were to disagree on this issue, is it guidance-led, is it organic, there's still a value in the pattern we have, and looking at that pattern, regardless of how it has arisen, and recognising the value in providing areas of appropriate development and areas with more sensitivity where development doesn't find good fit. In other words, the pattern that we have, regardless of how it's arisen, is something we really need to look at carefully and say, what does this pattern achieve when we go out and make an assessment of the landscape? And I'd draw your attention again to figure 5.01 here, and really say this pattern has a value for us, and we can look at schemes that are what they do in a landscape, if you like, whether they are slightly intrusive, whether they do sit back from edges. When we start to identify pattern, it's when we recognise that certain repeating attributes, and we can see it here with some schemes that are set back from the front-facing slopes of the hills and also from the sensitive valley landscapes. And we can understand when something does or does not fit, i.e., is it coherent and consistent with that pattern? And I'm using here terms coherency, consistency. These are principles of visual design that we use, and you know, these are embedded in our training as landscape architects to try to recognise recognise these things. So, yeah, that's my opinion really in terms of wind farm patterns.
Thank you. And again, in relation to Mr. Denny's evidence, and as far as figures 2.1 to 2.3 are concerned in your report and the sketches that you prepared, you've seen Mr. Denny's 11.7, the appendix to his precognition. Can you just clarify what was the purpose of figures 2.1 and 2 through to 2.3?
Excuse me. Yes. Yes. Just looking at those figures. Sorry, I've lost one of them. 1.03. Yeah. Main features of the site. And also the sketches.
I think Mr. Armstrong referred to 2.1 to 2 up to 2.3.
Okay. 2.1 to 2.3. Right. Apologies, I've got those. These figures, they're not prepared as a proxy for wirelines or a substitute for photographs. They're map-based diagrams and illustrations, and really there's something in their own right, and they perform a function in their own right. And here, where I've used them in figures 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3, and also some of the other figures in the topic chapters of my evidence, I'm using these figures here as illustrations of key aspects of our case, of the council's case. And the figures have been developed from analytical field sketches, which are presented in their raw form in the viewpoint analysis report that accompanies my inquiry report, CD 12.2. I use analytical drawings and diagrams to help make my professional assessments, and I've presented them really here to give you an insight into how I have arrived at my professional judgment. And for example, here these figures are really used to identify the key features of the landscape baseline. And in terms of the figures that we've been asked to look at there in the question, it's really in relation to the Kensmore of Carstfern. And we can understand how I've arrived at the conclusions I've arrived at regarding the contribution of the landmark and value of the Kensmore of Carstfern and associated hills. And we can appreciate these in the round as a presence, not identical, but nevertheless imposing from a number of viewpoints. And that's what we're interested in this case, and how I've used those figures to make those judgments, and I've used them here to present to you how I've arrived at those judgments. Thank you.
Thank you. And just on Mr. Denny's evidence yesterday in relation to the views to Cairnsmore of Carstfern and from the hills, we discussed the likely impact. Have you got anything to say in light of Mr. Denny's evidence yesterday?
Yeah, thank you. Brian Denny made a distinction between views where the turbines are interposed between the viewer and the hills, and others where they do not and are set down and are therefore less imposing, albeit both Brian Denny and myself are in agreement about the significant visual effects on both those cases of views. But I really wanted to emphasise that we still have a concern with views where the turbines are more set down and aren't necessarily interposed in front of the hills. I mean, I think I've clearly set out in my evidence where we are concerned about the views where the turbines are interposed and what effect that has, and we have clear differences on that. But to take two examples, and I'm aware I'm in questioning, but if possible to look at, I think it's CD 120 at a couple of the visualisations for Corserine VP21 and also VP10 Benbrack. And this illustrates really the answer I would like to give. People are able to identify those. So if we go first to VP21 core serene, and if we could look, that's figure, I think it's 2.22 actually. I think they're always one ahead. Figure 2.22. Yes, and if we
is it
look at-
2.1.23? Is it sheet A?
it's figure 2.22 sheet A.
Right.
Core
Thank you.
serene. So if we look at that figure, and if we're looking at the wireline here, I mean, we've got a concern there really with the scale of the wind farm as it appears, although it's well set back. And I think in terms of significant effect, core serene was either significant or marginally significant in my assessment. But there's a concern there because it's quite clear that there's a focal point to that view at the moment, which is the Carsfern Hills. And the scheme as it is quite a relatively large proportion of your field of view, quite similar in fact to the interesting open front face of the hills. So we do have an issue with that view. And if I could take us now to Ben Brack, which is viewpoint 10, and I think it'll be figure 2.11 in the same CD 120.
Ms. Swales, can I just ask you to slow down a little bit, because we do have to take
Oh, sorry.
notes. So we do have to take notes of what you're saying, so it's a bit difficult to keep up. So if you just slow down a little bit, that would be helpful.
Yes, no problem.
So just to be clear, that's figure 211 sheet
Yes,
A starting up.
211 sheet A. Am I okay to start again? Just to make, oh, thank you. So in this view from Ben Brack, we have the Shepherd's Rig scheme in the mid distance. It's quite well set back, but it's rather closer than it was for Car Serene. And it occupies the foreground to the rugged granite uplands, which are basically the Rins of Kells to the foreground, and there'll be the Merrick in there as well, possibly behind, I'm not quite sure, it might be behind Turbine 5, I'm not quite sure. So again here, what we've got is an existing, if you like, focus to that view. Now in fairness, there are several focuses to the view from Ben Brack, but this is an important outlook from Ben Brack. You're looking over towards the rugged Galloway Hills, and the scheme occupies a large proportion of the field of view, the more interesting bit of those rugged hills. So although it is set down and the turbines are not breaking the skyline, I think they will have an effect. And I'd just like to elaborate a little bit on how I arrive at my judgments through reference to the siting and design guidance. And if I return to my inquiry report here, under 2.1.7, I'm not going to read this out, but just really to direct the reporters to this section where I outline siting and design issues in relation to focal features, and there are actually 3 paragraphs in the siting and design guidance which cover focal features. There's 2 here, 3.40 and 3.41, and there's also one with regard to the impact on focal features in landscapes with multiple wind farms. I think that's paragraph 4.14. So when I'm arriving at my judgments in terms of the views, this siting and design guidance by Nature Scott is a key tool, if you like, that I use to look at the policy criteria in terms of arriving at the view that I put forward to my planning colleagues on whether things are meeting policy. That's all I've got to say on that.
And my final question is, again, I think you were present when Mr. Denny talked about landscape value, and Ms. Clubb asked various questions on this. Have you got any comments in relation to that part of the evidence and landscape value?
Yeah, I gave a bit of thought of that yesterday evening, because I found that quite a really fascinating bit of the discussion, actually. In my assessment, I consider landscape value in a broader sense than designation. This is endorsed in GLVIA 3. That's our guidance document, which is CD, I think it's 6.8. Now, that includes aesthetic and perceptual qualities, and I do cover landscape value in considerable depth in my inquiry report under 2.1.4 and thereafter, and I would refer reporters to that information on landscape value. And DGC LDP2 policies also allow for landscape concepts that extend beyond landscape character and visual qualities. OP1 and OP2 introduce the concepts of, for example, local distinctiveness, sense of place, as well as wild land, which now has its own policy regarding designated areas, as do RSAs, of course, with NE2. As a landscape professional, I don't explore the emotional responses of the viewer in my assessments, but that can be ably done by the wider stakeholder community and their involvement through the consultation on wind farm applications, as has happened in this case, and as are represented at the inquiry by the community and by specialist stakeholders such as Mountaineering Scotland, who can bring these other views and evidence that don't fall into, if you like, my professional judgments. I do see, however, that the landscape professional does have a role in accessing what I will call informed intuition. That is to say, a layperson might express how something makes them feel, but not understand fully or articulate why. So, for example, Fiona Clubb's expression, wow views, introduced late in yesterday's discussion, is something we approach in a more analytical way. And for example, I'd refer you again, and we have looked at it already in questions, but figure 1.03 in my inquiry report, where I integrate my analysis of the main features of the Cairnsmore of Carsthairn and the key viewpoints and sequential views. And I describe this in my inquiry report in quite a long text section, 2.2.1, and I direct the reporters to that section.
Okay,
so,
could you just pause a second?
Yes, of course, yes.
Thanks. So that was section 2.2.1 of your inquiry report.
Yeah, so I sort of do a textual description of what I've illustrated in figure 1.03 there.
Okay.
And yeah, that's all I've really got to say on further on landscape value.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So I'll turn to Mr. Trunick, if he's ready.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Dr. Swales. I think you're on mute. I think actually if you stay...
Good morning, Mr. Trunick.
Good morning. I think if you stay off mute, I don't think it compromises general audibility. If it does, we'll have to observe mute buttons. But that's good. Okay. So far as we both stay off mute, we're going to be okay.
Oh, okay. I understand. I'll try that. Thank you.
Try and see if it works. Ma'am, we sent around last night a list of documents to which people would need to have access So have people got that email?
I got it
Yes,
about quarter of an
thank
hour
you.
before we started, and I have actually got most of the documents to hand. I don't have the reports, the decision letters, but I can access those electronically when we need them.
Yeah, in fact, I suspect in retrospect, I probably don't need to refer to those. So you've got what you need. In front of you.
Oh, right, okay.
I think
That's
we'll be
great.
okay. That's
Thank
great.
you.
And I'll say I will try and call you Dr. Swales throughout. If I drop the doctor, I'm not being rude, and my apologies.
Please don't worry, but we are a formal proceeding, but I'm not normally Dr. Swales, but
Okay.
that's fine.
Thanks. Just various points to start with. Could you, not on any particular theme, could you dig out?
Sorry, could I, Mr. Trent, could I just a pause? We've got the fire alarm here just for a second so we don't miss what you're saying. Sorry about that. It was quite a long one. That's us finished. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you, ma'am. If you would turn to Mr. Denny's inquiry report, which is CD 111, and depending on whether you've got hard copy, page 2, or electronic copy, it'll be page 4.
Should be 11.1 rather than 111.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
11.1, I do apologize. Yeah.
Sorry, was it just the inquiry report, did you say, or a second
The inquiry
document?
report, that's right, Mr.
Okay.
Dennis. Do you have a hard copy or electronic copy?
Yes.
Okay. If you go to paragraph 1.7, there's a rehearsal of the reasons for objection. The reason I go to that source is that the third bullet point records the amended third reason for objection, as opposed to the report of handling.
Oh, that's fine.
And if we go to the fourth reason.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, we seem to have a little bit of a blackout there. Everybody went off screen apart from myself at this end. Could you just repeat whatever you might have just said? I'm sorry about that.
No, not at all. It's on actual page 2, paragraph 1.7.
Gosh, sorry, it is breaking up slightly. Is it? Just say the reference again.
Page 2, paragraph 1.7.
Yes.
And we look at the fourth bullet point. That's the fourth reason for objection by
sorry, really sorry. Just excuse me a moment. I've got problems hearing, but I just want to check with my colleagues if they have. We have a problem with the sound, but I'm not quite sure whether it's at our end.
Okay, I can certainly hear you okay, Dr. Swales. Can anybody else give me an indication if they can't hear?
Ma'am, I can hear you, but I think at least sort of 2 people in the room here are having difficulty that they can't hear.
Okay, I wonder if everybody who's not participating can switch off their video at the moment. Is that helping at all?
No, I'm afraid that's still breaking. I for some reason I can hear perfectly okay, but everyone else in this room can't.
Because we go through the system.
Yeah, I think that's possibly because I'm separate from the Dumfries and Galloway councils. Could it be system? Yeah, I think it might be the Dumfries and Galloway Council network, which I'm not part of, and everyone else is.
Okay.
Maybe if we go out and come back in again and see if that works. Could we check again? We think we might have got the problem sorted.
Okay.
Perhaps if
I'll go off mute. I'll go on to mute again.
Okay. We think we're okay.
I think that works now. Yeah.
Apologies, I think we're clear at this end.
Mr. Tonight, can you hear okay?
I can hear perfectly.
Right, do you want to
Great.
carry on? I think Dr. Swales is okay now.
Apologies.
No, not at all. Can you hear me now?
Yes, clear.
Oh, that's
Thank
excellent.
you.
Okay. Well, let's start again. I'm going to Mr. Denny's inquiry report, which is CD 11.1. And
Yeah.
I think you probably have hard copy in front of you.
Yes, I
If you
have.
go therefore to your page 2 of that,
Yeah.
and paragraph 1.7, you've got the reasons
Yes.
for objection, and I'm focusing just on the fourth bullet point, the fourth reason for objection, which
Yeah.
reads the proposed development would not be of a high quality design in terms of its contribution, etc. You see that?
Yes.
Right. Now, that reason for rejection is linked to policy OP2. I'm not going to go into policy OP2. We'll do that in the policy session.
Yeah.
But I assume that you've written your evidence on the basis that you support what is said in that reason for objection.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I tend to, well, no, I inform the planners of, if you like, my opinion through the consultation response. And then the pack, if you like, the pack, the planning application committee gets written after my response.
Yes.
So my evidence has generally been written in relation to my own views, not how the planner might have interpreted those views. That makes
Yes,
sense.
it does make
So
perfect sense.
I go back to me, if you like, rather than how my evidence, how my consultation has then been worked through the planning system.
That's how I thought it might be, because I can now put the question this way. I
Right.
suspect that you would not take the view that a wind energy development needs to make a positive contribution to the natural environment in terms of high quality design, in the sense that if all effects are assumed to be adverse, achieving a positive effect might be a little difficult.
Well, actually, I think I would disagree with that, because even where there are significant effects, you can still have a scheme that is designed to optimize, if you like, the opportunities that scheme has to fit in with the landscape. And we do have some, what I would consider very well designed wind farms already in operation, and that are coming through the system as well. So I don't, there is an issue that things can give rise to significant effects, but still appear to be showing a degree of respect to the landscape setting because design principles are being followed. So to answer your question, no, I think I would still be looking for an optimized design solution. I take your point.
Sorry,
you know, that
I'm interrupting you. Go on, sorry.
Well, I do take your point that there are going to be potentially significant and harmful effects, but that doesn't necessarily mean a thing hasn't been well considered and designed. And
we would agree that it's good to seek a high quality design. I guess my point really is that if you're looking for a wind farm to read on in that reason for rejection to contribute positively to the sense of place and local distinctiveness, would you support that reason for objection in those terms?
In relation to Shepherd's Rig, yes, I don't think it. I think it detracts from the sense of place and local distinctiveness of the Upper Glen Kens, or would detract.
Yes, well, we know that's your evidence.
I would actually support that objection.
Yes, but there's a difference between detracting from, and then you get into how serious is that, and then may go into the planning balance, and a requirement to contribute positively, which is something quite different. Do you think a wind energy development is capable of contributing positively to a sense of place and local distinctiveness?
think it is. I think it is actually. I suspect it would always be a debated question. But I think professionally, we could look at a scheme and say, yeah, it has optimized. And if that isn't conflicting with, if you like, accepted levels of landscape value that a landscape has. So you might say there aren't many landscapes where that would be the case. I don't know. No, I think it could. And I think there would be opportunities where, if you like, the underlying, if you like, landscape value wouldn't be compromised to the degree that there would be a balance there. Not only a planning balance, it'd be a landscape balance. Yeah, we take balanced judgments within our judgments all the time. Okay, well,
I hear your answer, but at all events, this reason for refusal was drafted independent of your views and after your views have been given to the council. That's correct. I think we've
yes, yeah, that's right.
That's fine. We can revisit the policy in the policy session now with your views having been taken. Can you go to your CD part of your evidence? It's not listed on the list of documents that circulated. My apologies. CD 12.5.
Sorry, I'll just check what that is.
That 12.5 is just to tell you what it is.
Yes, that was
a series of images from viewpoint 29, Nielsen's monument.
Yeah. I happen to know I don't have a paper copy of this, so I'll have to go into the electronic. If you just bear with me a second.
Yes, no, go to electronic. It's absolutely fine.
I have kind of got it in my mind actually, but I'd better look at it in case I haven't.
Well, others won't, so they'll need to get the CD 12.5.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just clarify, Mr. Tunick, that VP29 wasn't part of the viewpoints for this application? Is this from another proposal?
It's another proposal.
Okay.
I have that in front of me.
Thanks. The other doc, I'm not asking you to get it up because it'll mean probably compromising looking at 12.5, but we cast around to find where you use this material in your evidence. As far as I can see, and we've done a word check, it's only in your appendix 3 to your evidence, which is CD 12.1. That's right. Page 190, page 94. So within appendix 3, page 94.
Thank you.
Paragraph A322.
Sorry, Mr. Tunick, I have to ask you to repeat that. I'm just trying to find that document. So appendix 3.
Well, it's in CD 12.1. If you go there.
Yeah. And
fast forward to electronic page 94.
94. Okay. Thank you.
What was the paragraph number again? A332.
A322.
A3.
3.2.2.
Thank you. I'm on it.
Excellent. Here you are talking about wide frame visualization requests, and on the first bullet point, you say you had requests for additional representative viewpoints from various places, and at the end of that page, at least the physical page I've got, it says a longer range of views are represented in wireline visualization for the KTR overhead line project CD 11.5, and we reckon that actually means CD 12.5.
All right.
What does KTR mean?
Oh gosh. To be fair, I don't think I know. I do think that we tried to find out. It's
Okay.
It's the name of the overhead power line proposals. Oh, hang on a second. A colleague is. Oh, well, I don't think.
Well,
Do you
Totally
need that
not
name
what you at the moment,
specifically? We can
actually.
find it out.
Can I interrupt? It doesn't much matter. Don't worry.
Oh,
it's
right.
never-
Okay. No, that's fine.
That's okay.
Sorry. I
I'm
think we
not-
did have that discussion when we requested the document.
No, I'm not testing your knowledge here. I was inquisitive.
Right. Yeah, I am now as well. I'll have to find out.
These overhead lines. The real personal question is, having pegged down the only reference in your evidence to these visualizations, what do you want the reporter to do with them? Because you don't actually deal with them in your evidence
Okay.
format.
Right. Yeah. I think I thought it was useful. I do actually illustrate it with my own illustrations in the figures that we looked at in my questioning in chief, evidence in chief. It was really to understand the role the Kensmore of Carstfen has in wider views. Now, we accept that there aren't significant effects at this range. And in fact, I had requested this viewpoint earlier on, and then I think I set out there, said, no, we don't need it. But I do think it's interesting just because it gives the context of the Kensmore of Carstfen. It kind of operates as a bookend at the top end of the Glen Kens landscape, and we've got Scriel and other hills at the other end. So it was really just to illustrate the roles the hills have in that landscape from very long range views. Actually, clearly the effects from that range are not significant.
I was going to ask you what the distance between that viewpoint and Shepherd's Rig is.
I don't know off the top of my head. No, I'm afraid I can't tell you. I'm guessing it might be more than 20 kilometres. I mean,
yeah,
I do actually have an OS map here, so I could tell you, but it's certainly in what I would term the long
20.
range.
I'll accept
Okay.
20. That'll do me. There's nothing much hangs on this, but when you receive evidence, I want to know why it's been received and what its purpose is. And I think I hear from you that the purpose is contextual. It's
yes, yeah.
That's fine for me. Thank you very much. Put those to one side. Except you might just tell the reporters what the status of that overhead line application now is.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to do that. I'm sure my colleague could clarify it tomorrow.
Yeah,
I mean, I would clarify it now, but it's probably inappropriate. I'm sorry, I don't know. I know it has gone through our planning committee.
All right. Well,
That's fine. If we could find it tomorrow, that would be helpful.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my colleague says he can do that.
That's okay. Now, coming on to the approach to assessment now, and you'll remember that I took Mr. Denny in chief to the issue of how you approach cumulative effects. You know, we had those basically three approaches. I hate to use the word scenario because that subdivides it. There's Shepherd's Rig of itself in its own right, whatever phrase you want to use, on the operational and under construction baseline. And then two cumulative scenarios, one adding consented projects to the baseline, and the second scenario adding in planning projects to the baseline. You remember that evidence?
Yes.
And what I want to do is just to make sure that when the reporters look at your evidence, they can compare like with like and see where you and Mr. Denny agree or disagree.
Yeah.
So if we go to your CD12-1 Appendix 4, so it's CD12-1, ma'am, at page 101.
I've got that.
Wait till the reporter signals.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Can you give the electronic reference, please?
Page
reference.
Electronic page 101.
Oh, it is, yeah. Thanks. Okay, I've got it.
And I don't think I need therefore rehearse with you what Mr. Denny said. It's so recent we can all remember. And if you have any doubts, just signal, please. But
okay.
Looking at your at Appendix 4,
yeah,
at page 101, you start a table of comparing landscape effects. It's a very useful table, and thank you for providing it. Where you say I agree with the LVAI findings, that means I think I agree with the findings about Shepherd's Rig in its own right. The reason I say that is that at the beginning of A413, just above the table, you give EIA, LVI references, which tell me that you're not looking at scenarios 1 and 2 there, you're looking at Shepherd's Rig in its own right.
Yes.
Is that correct? I want to be quite sure on that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I've based it on the cumulative context of March 2020. But I am looking, I think it's an assessment of Shepherd's Rig rather than the full cumulative assessment.
I think I agree with you.
So yeah, I'm basically referring back to the LVIA findings.
Absolutely.
And if you like, my findings on Shepherd's Rig in March.
Can I just reinforce that point, just to get it quite clear? Because
I'm sorry, it was last year.
The references you give from the LVIA, table 11 you refer to at the beginning of A413, that is Shepherd's Rig in its own right. That's what it is. And that's what you're reproducing in the column LVIA significance assessment. So you're recording what is said about Shepherd's Rig in its own right. And then the right column, you give your comments.
Yeah, and I think that's taken from my CD 340 probably. That's taken from my consultation response.
That's fine, but that's not what I'm getting at.
All right.
You say you're agreeing with the LVI findings. That's fine as far as it goes. But if you go on to page 102, I think it'll be that electronically, you say in the same column, effects will be cumulative in addition at times with Weather Hill, well, that's part of the operational baseline, consented log, and from consented windy rig and Glen Chimerick. Well, that's scenario 1.
I'm sorry, could you, I'm on my paper copy. Are you just on the following page?
That's it. Still looking at LCT 19A in the right column.
Ah, okay, sorry.
So,
yeah.
I'm sorry, this is
yes,
really detailed, but I think it's necessary just to make sure we are looking at like with like. So,
okay.
You've already said you agree with the of itself assessment, but you go on to deal with scenario 1, don't you? Looking at log, windy rig, and Glen Chimerick.
Yes, yes, yeah.
So long as the reporters know that that is the case, then we know.
Yeah, I haven't used. I don't. I mean, I would refer as well to my my viewpoint analysis as well, probably. But I haven't in my, if you like, in my commentary, I don't tend to use the scenario 1, the scenario 2, but I do I try to say if something's consented or if it's in planning. I do try to make that distinction, and certainly in my introductory sections, I set out which scheme is which. So
that's fine. Believe me, Dr. Spurs, I'm not being critical of your evidence. It's every landscape architect sets out things slightly differently.
Yes,
and we just have to be sure we're looking at like with like. So I think we got that, and then the narrow wooded valley, the same thing applies. You say I agree with the LVIA, and then go on to say effects may be cumulative. And as long as the reporters know that they're looking at your views in relation to what Mr. Denny calls scenario 1, then they won't be confused.
Yes, I've got you. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
That's why I'm going through this exercise, and the same applies down to the end of that table. I needn't rehearse every single LCT. The same rules apply. If you go on to page 103, electronic.
Could I just pause for a second, because I'm having problems hearing or seeing just a couple of the. I've got a sort of warning sign up against some people. I can hear Mr. Trinick. Okay. Dr. Swales, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Okay, that's fine.
My video is on and I'm off mute.
Yeah, I can't see your video, but I can hear you. So I'm not quite sure what's happened. Just pause.
I'm not seeing everybody at the moment, but I just assumed people had gone off video.
I think some people had, but I'm not
Right.
even seeing Mr. Trinick in terms of the video, but I'm hearing him.
Mum, I just got a warning across my screen saying that there's local bandwidth problems. I don't know if,
Okay.
due to low bandwidth in the locality, there are issues. I think that must be, we're all in Dumfries, so I think that must be a Dumfries issue.
David Gordon making a comment. PlusNet email is completely down this morning. I've been kicked out of this meeting twice by the system already. So I think there may be even some more wider systemic issues going on.
Okay, I wonder if this might be a time just to have a 5-minute break then and see whether anybody can come out and go back in again who's having problems. Would that be okay, Mr. Trinick?
Absolutely, yeah.
Miss Clubb, I see you're wanting to speak.
Yes. Yes, just to say that I'm having no problems whatsoever. I can see everything that's going on and hearing.
Okay.
And I'm halfway
Well,
up the
that's good.
mountain, so
That's very good to hear.
Okay.
Okay, but I think we'll just have a short pause just until 25, sort of 35 past. Okay, 10:35 and we'll come back. If anyone needs to leave the meeting and come back in, we'll hopefully have time to do that during that break. Thank you. Hello. Can everybody hear me? Yep. I'm getting some thumbs up. That's good. It looks like it's working better from my end now. How about Dumfries and Galloway? Are you
It's
all
fine.
doing
It's fine here.
okay? Good. Right. We will pick up where we left off with Mr. Trinick, if that's okay. Sorry, I can't hear Mr. Trinick.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm not in a different room, I'm in the same room, but I received a message that no one can see my face with a bright background, so I'm pretending I'm somewhere else and haven't changed anything else. Dr. Swales, if you just go on to, in the same document, i.e. 12.1,
Yes.
page 100, electronic page 103, actual page 98.
Yes.
I think there we don't have the same issues as we do with landscape, i.e. in distinguishing which scenario you're looking at, because for each of the findings that you make in the right column, you are referring to simply to Shepherd's rig in its own right, in the sense that you are agreeing or disagreeing with what the EIA says without adding any comments about the cumulative context.
Yes. Yeah, I will. There are comments on the cumulative context in CD 12.2 in my viewpoint analysis, I think.
Yes,
So there is a little bit more information available, but yeah, I think here, here I've, if you like, distilled my findings down to whether it's significant or not. I do cover at the time of writing 12.2, I did cover the cumulative context.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I've got that. Please go to your inquiry report now at electronic page 52, actual page 47.
Yeah.
Paragraph 435.
In a second, I'll just write a note. Yes, I'm there.
Where you say you disagree in the first bullet point of there, I disagree with the definition set out for cumulative sequential effects in the LVIA. And you quote there paragraph 839 of the EIAR.
Yeah.
And you say, you quote from it and then say the nature of cumulative sequential visual effects has been misunderstood in the LVIA assessment. They can arise from a single scheme seen from different points along a route, as well as where more than one scheme is seen. You refer to the GLVIA. Would you put out, please, CD13, or go to a top screen?
Did you say go to CD13?
That's right.
I've got it.
And if you see 839, that's the bit you're addressing in your paragraph 435.
Bear with me a
You'll see
second.
that it says the LVIA also considers any cumulative and in combination effects arising in conjunction with other wind farm schemes in the study area defined below.
Sorry, Mr. Trinick, can you just take this a bit? Sorry, Mrs. Swales, just take this a bit more slowly. We're trying to get CD13 up.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, fine.
Which bit in CD13 are you talking about?
Paragraph 839, which is on actual page 89.
Thank you. I've got that now.
Okay. And do you want to just read through ma'am first? I've rehearsed it, but you read through the first 4 lines and then the second bullet point.
Okay.
And the second bullet point is that quoted by Dr. Swales in 435 of her inquiry report. And can we agree that that paragraph is specifically talking about cumulative and in combination effects arising in conjunction with other wind farm schemes, i.e. the cumulative context?
Well, 839 is referring to sequential. I think the point I'm making is I have an issue with the method of sequential assessment.
Yes, could you just follow my questioning a minute?
Yeah,
do we
sorry,
agree that 839 is addressing the cumulative context, i.e. where Shepherd's Rig will be seen in conjunction with other wind farm schemes in the area? That's what it's addressing.
The first 4 lines.
Yes.
And then it goes on to talk about combined visibility and sequential visibility.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's looking at it in the cumulative context. However,
Yeah.
if you go to
but there is a difference. Sorry,
yes,
mind you
carry
say
on.
something else. So there is a difference with cumulative sequential in that it doesn't need to have other schemes in order for there to be a cumulative effect. But possibly that's not.
I'm not interrupting you, so I don't want to interrupt
Right.
you, but I'm actually going to that point now.
All right, okay, sorry.
If you go to CD13 at page 826, paragraph 8561,
Yes.
that's setting the scene for the discussion of recreational and long distance walking and cycling routes.
Right.
That's the heading. And you move, and that's just setting the scene. Go on further, and apologise for the continued references to 86190, which starts at page 865. There we've got the assessment.
I'm just going to mark. Are we going to go back to some of these pages? Because I'm just going to mark them off. Hang on a second.
I don't think we need to go back to them.
Oh, right. Okay.
At least I hope not.
Okay. Sorry.
If we go to page
I will mark them off because just in case.
All right, yeah.
Sorry.
Go to page 865, paragraph 86190.
865.
Hmm.
Yeah.
190. And there is the assessment of effects of Shepherd's Rig on core paths and other routes. Now, there is where the sequential assessment of Shepherd's Rig in its own right, as opposed to cumulatively, is set out. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that that's the assessment.
So my point being,
just bear with me a second, because
yes, of course.
When you say in its own right, I mean, I'm aware that in its own right, in the case of Shepherd's Rig, the Shepherd's Rig LVIA assessment does also include, for example, operational schemes such as most relevant
Right.
Weather Hill. So although it's in its own right, it's also inevitably going to be within a cumulative context.
Well,
So I just think we've got a couple of different things going on here. We did have I apologise.
Bear with me.
It's not really what you're asking. Yeah, sorry. Carry on.
My point is really quite narrow here. It doesn't go as wide as you think I'm going. What I'm saying is that actually Mr. Denny and his team have assessed not only the sequential effects of Shepherd's Rig on the operational background, but they have assessed it in the cumulative context as well. They've done the job thoroughly. Do you agree?
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that entirely.
Yeah, I think Miss Swales was lost there. Could you go back?
But also we have an
question?
issue with our sound, or I have an issue with my sound. Let me just check. Did other people hear that question?
Excuse me.
No,
these social inquiries are fine, but it's getting very bitty, this. And I think we have to resolve this sound situation.
Yes.
Ma'am, I think there is a problem with the D&G, because I could hear Mr. Trunick perfectly clearly, and I'm obviously in the same room, but I think it's the other part, the other people who are actually in the D&G system can't hear Mr. Trunick, and so he was lost in that last section. I'm told that they can hear him now.
But we're stopping and starting here, and it's not helping. I don't mind, because I've got my notes in front of me. I know where I'm going. But for Dr. Swales, it must be rather difficult.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can hear you now fine.
Are you happy to proceed, Miss Dr.
Yes.
Swales?
Just please repeat the question. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Trunick. I'm sorry about this problem. If we do need to take another 5-minute break, we can do that, but let's try and push on just now.
Okay. I think I have to go back to the start, otherwise it is going to confuse Dr. Swales. It's such a narrow point. So if you bear with me while I go through the point, Dr. Swales, you'll see that I'm not chasing anything wider than the point I'm putting.
No,
I started with your paragraph 4.
Yes.
I started with your inquiry report on page 47 of paragraph 435. The disagreements with the definitions set out in the EIAR for sequential assessment. I took you to paragraph 839 in CD13 at page 89.
Yes.
Just so the reporters really can see where you got the quotation from and see the context for that quotation. I then took you to page 826 at 8561, which you can see that really for the heading, you can see that's where the baseline discussion takes place relating to recreational and long distance walking and cycling routes. I then took you finally to 8690, which is the assessment. And that assessment is of Shepherd's rig on the operational and consented baseline only. You see that?
Right. Well, it says it's the purpose of this assessment is to consider where significant visual effects are likely to be experienced. It isn't setting out. It isn't setting out the scenario, if you like.
At this point in the EIAR, it's not dealing with cumulative assessment. That is dealt with later. This is dealing with Shepherd's rig in its own right. This point could become very protracted, and if we, I'm not misleading you. That's what it does.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I'm not so familiar with the whole structure of the LVIA, so.
Right. Okay. My sole point, and this very narrow point, is that the LVIA, the reporters can note, does deal not only with sequential assessment in terms of the scenarios 1 and 2, but also with Shepherd's rig in its own right. Do you agree?
Yes, but my point I was making in 4.3.5 is slightly different, I think, because you can consider Shepherd's rig in the absence of any other wind farms, even those that are operational. I think in terms of that GLVIA 3 definition, you're purely looking at the introduction of potentially one scheme on that route. In practical terms, we do the assessment in different scenarios, but sequential effects are slightly unique in this respect, I think, because a cumulative effect usually does involve more than one scheme, but not with sequential effects. Sequential cumulative effects can include more than one scheme, but they can also just arise from one scheme. So taking that first paragraph as you've done there, just to clarify, that was my purpose of that paragraph, was to say it could be that we have a difference of approach to looking at sequential effects. Certainly we had a difference of findings, and
Well,
I think we have a difference of approach.
All right, maybe there's not so much between us as I thought. Let me summarize it this way in that case. You would agree with an approach to assessment whereby whatever baseline you're looking at, whether it's on the operational and under construction baseline, adding consented or adding in planning, i.e. scenarios 2 and 3, whichever baseline you look at, when you're looking at sequential effects, there can be cases where you don't actually see any other part of the wind farm baseline. As you move through the landscape, you only see Shepherd's Rig. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is, in terms of your assessment, you could disregard any of those and just look at Shepherd's Rig. In practical terms, I don't think I did that, but in terms of the strict terms of the definition, I think that is an option.
Well, I'd probably suggest to you in that case the GLVIA needs to update itself, because it's wholly impractical and unrealistic.
I don't know.
Let me finish.
I don't agree, but
Can I finish my question, please? I'm listening to your answers, so if you bear with me.
Okay.
That it's wholly unrealistic to start to pretend that other wind farms aren't there. If they are there, then you assess on that baseline. To pretend that Shepherd's Rig is the only thing in the landscape when there are other wind farms, maybe what the GLBIA enjoins you to do theoretically, but it's not really that helpful, is it?
There is a purpose to doing a purely of its self-assessment. Now, I didn't in terms of Shepherd's Rig. I try where I can to actually to parallel the method I think whichever LVIA I'm looking at has used, but the purpose for doing a purely of its self-assessment, which I do on occasion, is because you can explore aspects of landscape fit, i.e. purely the design aspects of that scheme in terms of the topography of the landscape. And with regard to the relevance of disregarding existing wind farms, again, wind farms have got a lifespan. Now, we know practically they probably will persist in the landscape, they might be repowered, etc. But that wind farm might go in advance of the scheme that's being proposed coming. So again, there could potentially be a purpose. For example, Shepherd's Rig, were it to be consented, would outlive Weather Rig. So to have made your decisions purely on whether or not it fits with Weather Rig, well, Weather Rig may not be there forever. So there is a purpose for an of itself assessment, a practical purpose. I didn't undertake it strictly for Shepherd's Rig because although there was a baseline of operational schemes, and as Brian Denny has also picked up in his evidence, although there was that baseline had actually quite a negligible impact on many of the sensitive receptors we were concerned with here. So I didn't do a separate of itself, if you like, an even further back scenario. But no, I don't agree that isn't a relevant exercise, and I don't think the GLVIA necessarily needs updating with regard to sequential assessment.
I am trying to keep this short.
Look, sorry.
That's in theory. In practice, in this case, on the evidence before the reporters, you have not looked into the future and imagined what the position might be without other wind farms in the baseline, have you? And nor is Mr. Dunny. So that's the evidence before them. This is all theory. It's all GLVIA. In this case, the approach taken to sequential assessment has factored in other wind farms in the baseline as part of the assessment of Shepherd's Rig of itself. You've done that, and Mr. Denny's done that. Am I correct? Simple question.
I can point to an example to show it isn't correct. For example, A713, the route, comes up through the assessment of the LVIA, etc., comes up as having no sequential effects because of the lack of presence of other wind farms. I, on the other hand, would find that the A713 has considerable sequential effects because Shepherd's rig in and of itself, and regardless of any other schemes, comes in and out of view frequently on the A713. And if you look at the GLVIA3 definition for sequential effects, it is about the frequency and imposition potentially of a scheme. So here we have an example where I've clearly used a different method to Brian Denny on sequential effects. And it matters with the routes where other wind farms aren't as evident, but probably it would also matter with those because it's a fundamental difference in approach. The LVIA has set out that there wouldn't be heavily sequential effect on the A713 because other wind farms aren't evident. So that's an example.
All right, I hear your evidence on that. I'm not going to follow it further down the line. We could be here forever, and what was a narrow point? I've got what I need out of it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I want to turn to some points about your assessment. Now, can we agree that the principal objective of EIA is to identify significant effects for the attention of the decision maker?
Yes.
And, or viewed another way, one objective of this session of the inquiry is to identify differences and maybe explore them a bit if that's worthwhile between you and Brian Denny and what is material for the planning decision. It may not be significant, but it may nevertheless be material.
Yes.
And we can also agree, and you dealt with this very eloquently, if I may say so, in your evidence in chief. The professional assessor needs to take care to present information objectively for the benefit of the decision maker, even if in a personal capacity, he or she may feel as deeply as anybody about the landscape and feel emotively about the landscape. You've got to be careful to separate the professional from the personal, haven't you?
Yes.
And
I would just add there, though, I don't think being a professional requires us to leave our emotions at home. You know, we do need to leave some channels that we're, like I say, it's informed intuition.
yes, I like that phrase.
We bring method to bear, I would say.
Yes, you do. Now, you've produced a number of sketches to supplement the visual information available, and they are very good and attractive sketches. That's not me saying so for the sake of it, they are, and I commend your draftsmanship. I think you've had some other sketches published elsewhere, haven't you?
Yeah, I have published material on field sketching.
Were these sketches that you produced at figures 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3 produced solely for the purpose of this inquiry, or were they ones you made a bit earlier?
No, they're actually available in, at least I think most of them are available in the document 12.2. They're directly taken from the site work I do. They weren't all produced for Shepherd's rig. I think it's clear in 12.2.
Can I narrow down my question?
Yeah.
You please listen to my precise question. Were these sketches drawn purely for Shepherd's rig, or were they prepared at an earlier stage for other purposes?
They've been prepared for a variety of site work in the Glenkens.
Yes, and therefore at an earlier stage, whenever that was. Some of them
were prepared for Shepherd's rig.
Okay.
They're dated in 12.2, I think.
Right. Looking at these sketches, then, I go to your inquiry report at electronic page 19. Or actual page 14, depending what you're looking at. And I'm looking at paragraph 212. Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
And we needn't read it out. That is where you tell the reporters what you've done in terms of the production of the sketches or why you're producing the inquiry,
Mhm.
and what they're intended to show. So we can take that as read, but I want the reporters to note that passage. You've also referred in chief, Mr. Armstrong took you to Mr. Denny's CD 11.7, which is Appendix 1 to his inquiry report. You might just take that up if you would.
Yes, I've got that here.
To CD 11.7.
Yeah.
And please, Dr. Swales, when I ask my questions here, I'm after fact. I'm not being critical of the sketches, so emphatically not being critical of your sketches.
Okay.
So let me get the facts on the table. I think in all cases, if you skip through the figures in Appendix 11.7, starting with figure A and going right through, the landscape context taken into account in the wireline is considerably wider than the field of view of your sketches. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
So while the sketches may be useful, you have to be very careful using them on a desktop basis, because they're not giving anything like the full view available from a particular viewpoint, are they?
No.
And in terms of the details of wind farms given within the sketches, and I think I understand why, because they may have been prepared at an earlier date, but they're not complete in terms of what is, well, it may be complete in terms of what's operational, but they're not complete in terms of what is being consented.
No, I, as working documents, when I'm on site, I do annotate the sketch, and if I know that, I mean, obviously it's for my own use when I'm doing them as field sketches, and I'll annotate if I know where a particular scheme sits in the landscape. I'll often put a sort of horizontal line, a couple of ticks at the beginning and end where I think that scheme is. It's often it's an approximation, and it's just for my contextualization of the context as I know it. I pretty much know the context, so I'll put that in. Yes. From. It's not a measuring exercise for me. It's about my orientation and thinking. Really.
No, I understand that. In terms of figure B, I just want to focus on that for another purpose. So if you go to, I stick with the Mr. Denny's appendix to his inquiry report, which we've been looking at. We go to figure B. Also,
please, is it the appendix to his recognition 11.8?
Well, that's what yes, that's what I'm. Well, you're quite right. It was an appendix to his recognition, I think.
Sorry,
not to the inquiry report. CD 11.7 anyway. The one
yes,
you're looking at. That's the one. Also get out, please, CD 113. 113. And when you get to it, it's figure 8.7.
Could you just, was that one that you listed before? I don't seem to have it behind me, but which of the, was that one of the AEI documents?
That is the October 2019 AEI, volume 2.
The 2nd October 2019, volume 2.
That's correct.
And CD number again, apologies.
Figure 8.7. CD 113, and it's 8.7.
I'm going to look at it electronically, actually. I don't think I can get to the hard document.
That's all right.
I'm sorry, I don't think it was listed originally. So it's CD 113. I've got it.
113, and it's figure 8.7.
Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you.
Now, you don't give us any again, this is not criticism. You don't give us any grid reference for your viewpoint, which is on the A762. So whereabouts, by reference to figure 8.7 along the A762, would this be? So that we can pinpoint your viewpoint for the reporters.
Wait me a second. Could you tell me where which of my figures that has been extracted from?
Well, it's your right. Okay,
No, I understand that. What I'm asking you is which of the figures in my evidence has that sketch been extracted from? I can find it on an OS map, actually, I think. Just bear with me a minute. I'll do it on an OS map. It's probably quicker.
Dot swales. All I need to know is for that where was that particular viewpoint on the A762?
Yeah. Well, I'll do it from an OS map. Bear with me a second.
That's fine. We know it's north of New Galloway because that's what it says.
Yeah, no, I understand you're wanting it for factual information, and I think I can tell you. I've got a feeling it is in 12.2, that figure, and if it is, it probably. Oh, hang on! It actually
is it written in the corner of the sketch,
There's a grid reference on that sketch. Actually, it's grid reference 621-796. What I'd say is they are all grid referenced when I do them in the raw, but because I've used them illustratively in the topic chapters of my inquiry statement, I took out superfluous information where I used them illustratively. But in the original form, my sketches, I can't say 100% of the time, but I grid reference them. So yeah, that one's grid reference by chance is on it, because I think I did probably remove it for the illustration.
All right, we had some trouble matching it up, but if it's 621-796, if you travel north from New Galloway, it's the section of the road travelling in a northwesterly direction. There's a mill blank plantation. It's just after that, isn't it? Between there and Shield.
I think it's probably between the cemetery and above Fintlock. There's a distinct reveal on the road. You know it when you drive it, where the view opens out. I'll just check that grid reference 621. 621.
Yeah. I'm sorry this is taking time. There's a purpose to the question.
621-796.
Yes.
Yeah, it's actually just beyond the on the OS map. There's a 84 spot height, and it is probably 50 meters beyond that. I think I've taken it from
84 spot height.
I think it's the 84 spot height, probably. It's beyond Fintlock, going northwest at that point.
All right, well, it doesn't matter. It's in that area. That'll do me, because if you look at the figure 8.7, I think we can see that on that bit of road there is no theoretical visibility of Shepherd's Rig. That's the point I wanted to get out.
Ah, okay.
Do you agree?
Oh, I haven't got the ZTV in front of me.
Well, you have. It's figure 8.7, the one I took you to in CD 113.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you did take me to it. Apologies. Struggling a bit to find that bit, but let's double check. There's a yellow tone over that bit of road.
We disagree. I don't think there is.
Well, to be honest, I would struggle with this visual to be able to agree or disagree. Let me just. Just double check. New Galloway. A7. Well, I'm reading that as a yellow tone, but I mean,
well, let me just.
It isn't very clear. There's some text which is the road number, and
let me
that
just put this
has
on the
yellow
table
over it.
because we're not going to agree clearly. I'm putting on the table that Mr. Denny says actually, if you look at that figure.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Trinick, but Mr. Trinick and Dr. Swales, if you could both avoid speaking across each other, because it's very difficult to understand what you're saying if both people are speaking at the same time. So if you could maybe just pause and wait for somebody to finish speaking, both of you. Thank you.
We'll try, man, but I just want to get this point clear that if we're not going to agree, I'm just putting on the table that Dr. Denny says that from this particular figure viewpoint, at the grid reference given, there will be no theoretical visibility of the wind farm. If Dr. Swales disagrees, that's fine. It's a narrow point. We'll leave it there.
Well, so Harms, in relation to that last remark, I don't recollect Mr. Denny giving any specific evidence on that, and Mr. Trinick isn't giving evidence to this inquiry. I don't recollect that being a matter that was raised in examination in chief yesterday with Mr. Denny. Mr. Denny has given his evidence, and he didn't mention this point.
No, he didn't mention lots of points of disagreement with Dr. Swales, on which I'm cross-examining Dr. Swales. Otherwise, it would be an extremely long examination in chief. I'm simply putting the point in cross-examination to Dr. Swales that from this viewpoint, there would be no theoretical visibility of Shepherd's Rig. If she says there is, we'll leave it as a point of disagreement, and the reporters can go on site and make what they can of it.
I'm happy that the reporters check the information and come to their own decision. I don't think I wasn't making a point about visibility of Shepherd's Rig in that sketch. I think I'm looking at the impact of the baseline landscape, exploring that.
I understand that, but you can also understand, I'm sure, that you've produced these very good sketches. I need to place them in the context of evidence about Shepherd's Rig. Now, if you are saying that from each of the viewpoints there would be visibility of Shepherd's Rig, they have a purpose for the reporters which they might not have if there was no visibility. That is why I'm exploring the point. I'm sure you understand.
I do understand. In figure 2.01, which I think this has been taken from, I'm actually illustrating the Cairnsmore of Carsfen Glen Cairns landmark. That is the primary purpose of the use of that illustrative sketch in that context.
Could we agree, therefore, that certainly from some of these viewpoints and some of the figures, clearly there'll be visibility of Shepherd's Rig, we don't doubt it, that the reporters should treat this, to use your own phrase in chief, as analytic material and illustrative of context, but not necessarily demonstrating anything about Shepherd's Rig itself. Would that be fair?
Yeah, it's the analysis I'm making.
All right, that's extremely helpful. Ma'am, I think at that point, after all these interruptions, and I mean the electronic interruptions, it's now 11:15 and it'd be time, I'm changing topic, to have a break.
Okay, that's fine with me. We'll convene back at 11:25. Thank you. Hello again. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Dr. Swill's just coming back just now.
All right, okay,
just
that's fine. Okay, Dr. Swales, can you hear us?
Oh, yes, I can. Sorry. Yes.
Great.
Yes.
That's fine. I think we're all back then. Okay, Mr. Trey, do you want to pick up where you left off?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Dr. Spurs, I want to change topics now and look at the RSA.
Okay.
I'm going to start by asking you to get out your inquiry report at actual page 27, electronic page 32. Really is a point, I'm not going to read it out, and it's there for the porters to read, everyone's read it, but that is where you, after a preamble, set out special qualities of the RSA as described in the technical paper. That's what you say, isn't it?
Yes.
Over the page, it continues. And it's the special qualities I want to look at. So would you take out now, please, CD 518,
Yes.
which is a document which was discussed yesterday between Mr. Armstrong and Mr. Denny. So 518. And because it was discussed, I need not rehearse. If you go to page 2, the CD 518, as an introduction there, we've already been through that introduction yesterday. But on page 3, we learn rather more about the history of this RSA. Would I be right, looking at the first paragraph on page 3, that the RSAs were originally designated for the purposes of the 1984 structure plan? Is that right?
Yes, that's what it says.
Sorry?
Yes, I'm reading that.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. Yes.
And well, we can see what we see, that not surprisingly in 1984 there wasn't a systematic evaluation of the landscape, but subjective judgment of planning officers. That's how it happened. And then reading down further in the page, under the heading of Dumfries and Galloway Landscape Assessment, in the 5th paragraph, it starts, in 2011, the council adopted the first wind farm landscape capacity, I think it was the first one, landscape capacity study for its jurisdiction, which provided updated information on landscape character on wind energy development, in relation to wind energy development. The RSAs have not been revised in the period since the LCS was produced. So we know at that point that the RSA boundaries have remained the same. And if you go on to page 5, bringing matters up to date, it talks about the 1999 review process, well, which is going even further back in history. The end of the first heading, aims and objectives, the last paragraph, in 2003, SMH produced guidance on local landscape designations. Third line, a further review of the RSAs as defined in MAP in 1999 was not undertaken in the development of the current local development plan. Current means, of course, 2019, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's 2020, I think, but yes, okay. Yeah.
The current one that what we've got now.
Yeah.
And under methodology, this we see, whilst any assessment of scenic value must in the end include a subjective element of systematic.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Trinick. Ms. Leven is having to leave and rejoin, I think. Connection difficulties at our end here.
Okay.
If you could just pause for a second to allow her to do that, that would be helpful. Sorry,
yes,
sorry about this.
Yep. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Great. Sorry about that. I seem to have somehow got an upgrade, though, so I now have everybody on one screen again. So that's actually a helpful improvement. So sorry for the interruption. Carry on.
That's fine. Under the heading of methodology on page 5 of CD 518, ma'am, that's the document we're in still. The only reason I'm going there is describes an iterative process, second paragraph, of establishing clearly identified parameters for selecting areas of designation. And then 5 lines down, the phrase factors taken into account. You see that?
Yes.
And those factors are listed. Now, it's not a question for you, but I'm asking the reporters to note that phrase for the purposes of our policy session and policy NE2 when we come to discuss it. And then the factors are listed, and so it goes on. This takes us then to the Galloway Hills RSA on page 20. Well, it starts at 19 with a map. And on page 20, we've got the text which was discussed yesterday between Mr. Armstrong and Mr. Denny. Two initial questions. Firstly, am I, having rehearsed the history of the RSA, right that the boundaries of the RSA now are as they were when first designated in 1984? They haven't changed.
I'm not sure about pre-1996.
Tell you
I
what.
know I set out my understanding of the history and evolution of the RSA in my appendix 6 of CD 12.1, and I'm sorry I can't leap to the facts at the moment without further reading, really, but certainly the boundaries have been stable for my history at the council, and I think some time before that.
Okay, I think if we agree that there's been no material for this inquiry change in the RSA boundaries for a considerable time.
Yes,
that would
I'm
do
totally
me.
happy with that. Yes, yeah.
That's fine. Looking at page 20 of CD 518, when was that text actually written?
I think the text has probably largely not been changed within the descriptions for the individual RSAs since 19, trying to remember the date on the previous one, was possibly 96, 97.
Yeah.
Technical paper. I can say it hasn't changed in my time at the council. Within the descriptions, the forward to the document is updated, and I think that, you know, there is if you like, a notional review that things are as they were in the other RSAs when the LDPs come round their cycle. But no, I think that text has been as is for a considerable number of years. That's
absolutely fine. At any event, we know that it wasn't devised and rewritten for the purposes of the current LDP. It predates the LDP.
No, that's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
And it predates the DGWLCS as well.
And I think you've sort of intimated, and let's explore this point, that where that text to be revisited now, following current SNH guidance on local landscape designations, which is in CD 617, we needn't go there, but that's where you find it.
I've got it actually, yeah.
Yeah, then a rather different approach should be taken, that actually special qualities would be distinctly listed, wouldn't they?
Possibly a different approach should be taken. I mean, I think just looking at the definition for special qualities there in the glossary, the characteristics or features that individually or combined give rise to landscape being considered to be of particular value, you know, the RSA technical paper, and I do go into this in my appendix, I think, but the RSA technical paper effectively does what's required, but the presentation of it, I think, would definitely be changed if it was reviewed. Some of the language would be changed. I think quite a lot of the methodology set out in that guidance, effectively this paper fulfills some of those requirements, but I don't disagree that the presentation would be changed. And I think probably because of our in-depth knowledge of some of the areas, partly through wind farm work, we would have an opportunity to change that content potentially. But I would say the description of landscape as a baseline probably hasn't actually changed that much. So a lot of the content would probably effectively be very similar, I think. But as I say, maybe set out different with some different language. Yes, I don't disagree.
And we can probably also agree that both you and the authors of the LVIA for Shepherd's Rig had to draw from the text of the third and fourth paragraphs, maybe the fifth paragraph of page 20, their own appreciation of what special qualities might be for the purposes of looking at Shepherd's Rig. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, I would say it requires interpretation further to your own site assessment. Rather like the DGWLCS, in fact, it's written in such a way that you might say it's an interpretive document rather than a prescriptive document, which possibly modernisation would make it. Both methods have got positives and negatives. More interpretive documents and more prescriptive have problems, and both are, I think, appropriate approaches. But yeah, it's a document of a type.
A type or of a time? Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
A type. No, I think these things go full circle. You know, evolve full circle.
Thank you. And now the first quality that you identify on page 27 of your inquiry report, and save you going back to it, it's landmark and sculptural qualities of the Cairnsmore of Casfane. That's the first one. Now we can find that within the fourth paragraph on page 20, I think, at least in terms, not precisely, but is that your interpretation of the sentence? The designated area was extended, or it has been extended, to include the dramatic sculptural peaks of Cairnsmore of Casfane. That's where you took your bullet point special quality from, is that right?
Yes.
That's fine. In terms, sorry, go on, you were going to say something else?
No, just knocked my headphones off. Sorry, no.
Now the second bullet point, the juxtaposition between valleys and hills, where do we find that within, or the source for that within these paragraphs?
I think the relationship between the hills and adjacent lowlands.
Sorry, where do I see that? Which paragraph?
Okay, paragraph 3. This is largest interesting juxtaposition of contrasting upland, valley, and coastal landscapes.
That's where you take it from.
That bullet point, yes.
But again, it's your interpretation of what that means in terms of special quality of relevance to Shepherd's Rig. Is that right?
Yes. Well, yeah, taken from that text. Yeah.
Taken from that page. The third bullet point, which is sweeping and dramatic views of hills from the valleys. Where do we get that from?
It's just the following sentence, actually. The relationship between the hills and the adjacent lowlands gives rise to sweeping and dramatic views of the hills. And it gives the, in particular, so the example they give is Wigton
exactly.
Bay.
I see that. I guess my difficulty is that, yes, that both you and the authors of the LVIA, including Mr. Denny, have had to interpret to reach the bullet points you've each reached.
Mhm.
And I would guess that where you're looking at another type of development in another area, you might extract something rather different. These special qualities have been extracted in order to look at Shepherd's Rig. That must be so.
In my assessment of Shepherd's Rig, yes, I've interpreted the document to find out what I think the relevant parts that we need to be concerned with are.
Yes, but that's my difficulty, because where you're looking at another form of development in another area, you might extract something rather different. Because if you look at those 3 paragraphs, there are a number of special qualities you could extract. For example, a dramatic summits of the Galloway Uplands, scenic valued landscape of the Galloway Hills from 3rd paragraph, 4th paragraph, the massive craggy peaks of the rugged granite uplands, and so it goes. You could have extracted. So it's a process not only of interpretation, but of selection.
Yes, and I mean, actually, the example you've just given is very good, because I might have made reference to that, for example, for the view from Ben Brack. But as it was, you know, and there's also some views from the B729 of the rugged granite uplands, but I didn't select that. I didn't think it was core to our case, really, and I didn't think it was core to our concerns for Shepherd's Rig. But you are correct. I selected out what I thought was the most relevant.
Yeah, but that is, dare I say it, not the right approach, is it? Because if you're looking to see whether a development has an impact on, I use the word integrity, on the core qualities of an RSA, you've got to put what you select in context. You've got to look at all the special qualities in order to reach that conclusion. You can't select those which are most directly relevant to the development you're examining and simply use those. You have to look at the lot, don't you?
Well, I mean, certainly my process, to put it very simply, is I'll scan through the descriptions and I'll see what fits with what I'm dealing with. So there is a process of selection, but I do review all of the different aspects, and I would, you know, I would add something if I thought it was relevant. For example, you know, as with every bit of, if you like, more strategic landscape description, it won't always get every very important point. And I think that the Moffat Hills RSA doesn't mention the Devil's Beef Tub. Now that's a bit of an omission in my opinion. And if I was writing about the Moffat Hills RSA, I probably would mention the Devil's Beef Tub if that became a relevant feature, even though it wasn't stated. It's been picked up in the DGWLCS actually as a relevant feature, but it's sort of beside the point. But I try to illustrate how we do use this document in what I consider to be, you know, how can I put it, an intelligent way, but it's a professional, analytical way that we use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really say more than that.
That's just, all right. That's very clear. Thank you. That's very clear. But I still have this problem, you see, and I'd suggest the problem is this, and it's a problem for your interpretation of your treatment of this page, that if you simply select those, what do you call special qualities, whatever you call them, let's call them special qualities, which are relevant to the topic you're looking at. And if you want to ask the question, does this development have an impact on the designation as a whole in terms of integrity, you're focusing too narrowly. That the reporters, when they write their report, will need to look more widely at all of the potential special qualities revealed on page 20 in order to reach that overall conclusion, rather than a narrow conclusion about Shepherd's Rig and its immediate locality.
Okay, no, I understand that point. I suppose all I would say is that we have with this RSA and some of the other RSAs, not all of the RSAs, it's a designation made up a number of component areas of the landscape, if you like, and in a way the description treats them as that. So here it makes a specific reference And as you say, when this boundary map was mapped, they extended it to include the Carstfern Hills. So the Carstfern Hills are treated as a component of a wider landscape with several other components which it describes, the Rins of Kells, the rugged granite uplands. So it's quite clear that within that RSA there are some areas that are valuable, if you like, and meeting these kind of criteria for designation in and of their own right. And I would say the Carstfern Hills are a component which you can look at, and you've got your Glen Kens also kind of adjoining that. You can look at in and of its own right and consider the effects of the special qualities of that area, of a particular thing. And I would have thought I might have put something in my text. I can't leap to it in my mind, but so no, it's my assessment was of the area of the RSA that would be affected by this proposal. I didn't, go through the process of looking at every aspect of the wider RSA where there was clearly going to be no effects, but looked at the area where there would be significant effects, and looked further at how those would affect these descriptors, these special qualities, if you like, that are set out.
Very well, thank you. I think I take it from that you haven't sought to make an assessment of the impact of Shepherd's Rig on the RSA as a whole. In fact, you've just said that, but only in relation to the special qualities which are pertinent to the area of the development. That must be correct, is what you said.
I looked at the area that was going to be affected. I suspect I would have used the ZTV as my first point of reference for that, to see the areas that are sort of indivisible. But yeah, I looked at the areas which encompass the Carstfern Hills, the main Glen Kens Valley, which runs up between, so includes, for example, Woodhead Mines, the viewpoint out on the west there.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to say my main focus was probably that area, and to some degree the rugged granite uplands, as they're a sort of backdrop to these areas, such as in the view from Benbrack. So yeah, I looked pretty much at that northern area.
That's good. Thank you, Dr. Swells. That's very clear and great. There's just literally a couple more points on the RSA. Looking at the third bullet point, I'll read it to you. You don't need to try and dig it out again. In paragraph 231 of your inquiry report page, electronic page 32, sweeping and dramatic views of the hills from the valleys. Now, you've taken me to the source of that within the third paragraph on page 20 of CD 518, second sentence, which says the relationship between the hills and adjacent lowlands gives rise to sweeping and dramatic views of the hills, in particular from the western side of Wigtown Bay and certain sections of the perimeter valleys. Now, I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong. I'm not in a position to suggest that, but I do suggest that your process of interpretation of that text to arrive at that bullet point might lead someone else conducting the same process in quite a different direction, either because they take a different approach to Shepherd's Rig or because they take a wider approach to the RSA as a whole. It's a bit difficult, this interpretation, isn't it? It depends who you are and what you're addressing.
Because it gives the example, or?
Sorry?
Are you finding it difficult because it gives the example of, in particular, from the western side of Wigtown Bay?
No, what I'm saying is the words in your bullet point are simply, you've used the phrase which you've extracted from this sentence, sweeping and dramatic views of the hills from the valleys.
Right.
That is clearly your interpretation of what that sentence means, so far as the special quality of the RSA as a whole is concerned. And I'm suggesting it's dangerous to rely on such an interpretation because it is wholly subjective, wholly related to Shepherd's Rig. and conducted post hoc, that is to say, after the publication of this document?
Well, I'm not sure how dangerous it is. I mean, I arrived at those 3 bullet points. They're similar, if not identical, to the ones that, well, I don't think they're identical. They're certainly similar to the ones that the LVIA arrived at. I think it's a fair interpretation. It's all I can say.
Right,
I appreciate others might interpret it differently, but I think it's fair.
I've got your answer, and I'm grateful. Let's leave the RSA then and go on to the next topic, which is the landscape capacity study. I'm not going to go into policy issues of with you. That would be grossly unfair. But in terms of your approach to the LCS of this case, do you regard it as providing policy criteria? What does it provide to you when assessing a project? How do you place it in the context of the policy matrix, if you do at all? If you don't, just say so.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a few notes actually on how I use the DGWLCS. I thought it would be useful if it came up. Bear with me a second. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm actually just going to read from my notes, because I recognise this. You know, we have the issue of what the capacity study does or doesn't do, but actually the point is, how do we use it really? And I understand decision makers need to know that. I'd say the first point I'd say is I don't use it in isolation. I interpret the guidance based on some degree. I now have quite a high level of familiarity with the area, but basically I make site assessment, and that's my, if you like, my first point of reference really to my own thinking. And I also use the LVIA, particularly the visualizations, as well as my own site assessment. I don't always have access to direct site assessment, so I do at times rely on visualizations. Yeah, so basically I would then, if you like, extract out of the DGWLCS, rather similar to what we've just discussed around the RSA, a sort of checklist of issues that seem to be relevant for the casework that I'm doing. And I consider, if you like, my assessment of a scheme against those issues, and I make sure I've covered the issues that seem to be relevant. So if you like, the DGWLCS, although it does have a lot of specific information in the descriptions and the detailed assessments, you might say it provides a sort of generic set of principles as well. And I make those specific by referencing the DGWLCS to the site work that I do and to my existing familiarity with areas. So although there is a level of it being generic, through its interpretation and using site and scheme specific assessment, I use it as a tool to look at the policy criteria. And I provide a view on the landscape related policies to my colleagues, but I don't do the final assessment against policy. But I will provide a view on if you like, how things fit against the policy criteria based on reference to the DGWLCS, and largely the other references I have are well, you haven't asked me that, but so I won't go on to that, but other guidance documents will say that. Right. So yeah, so that's basically how I use it.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Yeah, but my focus is somewhat different. The if you go to CD57, which is the LCS, and the page numbers are electronically the same, thank goodness, as the actual page numbers. And you go to page 5. Sorry, 4. Page 4. which is
Sorry,
part of
I've
the
got a
case.
paper document, but I'll just be a second.
Sure.
Yes.
And we can see in the executive summary, first paragraph, overall findings, conclusions and recommendations can be used to inform strategic planning for wind energy developments, with the detailed assessments providing more specific guidance to be used when considering development proposals. And if you go on to, I'll put the question in a moment, if you go on to page 5, under the heading of limitations, and go to the end of that paragraph, last sentence, strategic guidance does not replace the need for individual LVIA and or EIA for individual and energy developments. Now, can we agree, therefore, that this document is not intended to be used to assess specific projects? It's strategic guidance which can be called upon to assist in the assessment of projects, but it certainly does not replace the need for LVIA.
No, it does not replace the need for LVIA.
And it may well be, therefore, that while as a I'm not saying it is here, this is a theoretical, hypothetical position, it may well be in a particular case that whereas the LCS at a strategic level would say this area ain't good for wind energy development, it's too sensitive, for whatever reason it gives, nevertheless, the LVIA may actually demonstrate that the development can be accommodated on a particular site. That can happen, can't it?
That can happen.
Yeah. Now, you tackle the landscape capacity study at various points in your evidence. And I just want to, in passing, to set the scene for my questions, refer to 2 points. There's page 16, electronic page 21 of your inquiry report.
What's the
Sorry?
Oh, I was just going to ask for the section reference.
CD 12.1.
Oh no, sorry, no, the I'm on page 16.
Excellent. Paragraph 215. And
Sorry,
I'm not asking you a
trying to
question.
get the document out of the way.
Sorry. Are you?
Yeah, sorry, it's just the mechanics on the table. Like trying. Sorry, paragraph 215. Yes.
Here you're talking about the LCS identifies Kersfan and Ken units, etc. I'm not going to read it all the way through. And you say, I consider that Shepherd's rig is at odds with the LCS guidance with regard to the key constraint you've identified in the previous paragraph. I'm not cross-examining on that. I'm noting the way you're treating the document at this stage. If you go to page 24 of your inquiry report, electronic page 29, at paragraph 225, there's a long section where you look at the LCS in the context of, let's get it right, what you're looking at here, Cairnsmore Carsfen. And you have a long section. I'm not going to rehearse it. It's just passing reference at this stage.
Yeah.
Let's then go back to CD 5.6. You can put your inquiry report away for a moment. CD 5.6, which is the supplementary guidance.
Yes, I've got that.
I'm not sure I have yet. I'm trying to find it
All
myself.
right.
At page 4, and it's also electronic page 4. Now, we've already rehearsed that. I think I was going to draw your attention to paragraph 1.3. I think we've covered that in questions already about the need to consider LVIA as well as the LCS. So I can move on to CD 5.7, which is the, sorry, can leave it on there.
Capacity study.
Concentrate. Sorry, there's a bit of an interruption there. My apologies. Move on to CD57, and I want to go through some parts of that document so we jointly understand, the reporters understand what it does or where we disagree about what it does. If you go to page 5, please.
Right. So my document has just started collapsing on me, but I have got it.
You've used it too much. That's the problem.
Yes, exactly. I couldn't agree more. Yes, page 5.
Page 5. In the left column on page 5, the paragraph starts, the study identifies
Yes.
the greatest scope for additional developments in parts of southern uplands with forests. That's LCT 19A, isn't it?
Yeah.
With some more limited opportunities in the plateau moorlands of forests, etc., and it points to cumulative issues as requiring particular attention. Then we go to page 7. This is as quick as I can run through of the key points before I put my questions.
Okay.
In paragraph 112 on page 7, it rehearses SNH's. I'm not going to read that through. In fact, it's just for the reporters to note the SNH guidance on the use of landscape capacity studies. And then on page 10, we have some definitions set out, and in so someone getting excited on a horn outside, my apologies. Definition of landscape capacity. And let's just read that. This relates to how far a landscape can accommodate development without significant adverse effect and impacts occurring on its character. Landscape character and sensitivity are part of this, but in this study, capacity also includes an assessment of visual sensitivity and landscape values. Now,
yeah,
just a basic point, and this is a point which has been explored at numerous wind farm inquiries in Dumfries and Galloway, and to the extent they use the same definitions in other areas. I'm sure you've never known a commercial wind farm that didn't give rise to at least some significant adverse impacts on the character of the landscape.
No, I'm not aware of one.
Sorry?
You asked if I knew of one. I'm not aware of one.
No, well, we're in total agreement there. So I'm a bit struggling to see the usefulness of this definition of landscape capacity. If it appears to be the case that there is no capacity in the terms of the LCS, if significant adverse effects would arise on landscape character, how useful a definition is that?
Yeah, I'm not sure, and I'm not saying this is the case, but I'm not sure how the word significant is being used there. As in, is it being used in a more general sense of, like you might say, without major adverse impacts or without many, or is it being used in the strict definition of GLVIA 3, we assess significance, I think it is being used in a more general sense. I agree that if you were to say a single significant effect as defined through a LVIA process, I don't think it is being used like that, to be fair. I can't really say more than that, to be honest.
I didn't write the document, you didn't write it. Who did write it, by the way? Is this Carol Anderson wrote it?
It's Carol Anderson, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm not going to second guess what she meant. We have what we have. But however useful that definition is and whatever it actually means, and we can't determine that in this inquiry, I suggest, the concept of capacity itself is a bit difficult, isn't it? Because would you agree it brings into play factors which go beyond your scope of evidence?
Well, I'm aware of the ongoing discussions about sensitivity and capacity. And I know that landscape capacity has become a more problematic term in terms of how we discuss whether a wind farm would fit or not. And the guidance is, the current S&H guidance I know is going to be reviewed such that landscape sensitivity becomes the term, and there will be definitions for those set out. Oh, I suppose what I would say is these things, they get tested through use and they evolve through use. So we were happy to call these things landscape capacity studies, and in 2002 guidance. And as things have moved on, we're moving towards landscape sensitivity as being a more appropriate concept. So I am aware of the discussions around landscape capacity, that it's inappropriate because there aren't targets set. I don't really know what to say more than that.
That's perfectly fair. I wouldn't if I were you, because it is an evolving debate. But the difficulty is that this document uses the term capacity in order to say that there is a particular scope for development in a given area. So it does actually deal in terms of capacity and not just sensitivity. And we'll go on to those passages later. In the detailed sensitivity assessments, it says there is no scope here or is some scope there. So it does deal in capacity terms. Would you agree that capacity goes straight into the need case? In other words, if the need case for a particular type of development, so take it outside the context of this wind energy study, is relatively weak, then the capacity required within the landscape to accommodate that type of development may be quite limited. On the other hand, if the capacity required as a matter of the need case and policy for a particular type of development is very strong and a lot more is needed, then the capacity required in the landscape is going to be much larger. That must be the case. Do you agree?
I agree in a sense, but we work with what we've got, and that is, if you like, written based on guidance at a particular point in time. But I don't disagree these things won't evolve. But we work with what we've got in terms of the need case.
Yes, that's very fair indeed. And so here we have a document dated 2020. It's a supporting document for the supplementary guidance, which is part of the development plan. And we accept, therefore, that the LCS is part of the development plan. That's accepted. But we have to be careful not to treat it as a judgment fixed in time, don't we? Because if the need case evolves, grows, if there's a requirement for much more onshore wind during the lifetime of the plan, then planning decisions need to reflect that need case and not simply what is said in the LCS. Do we agree on that?
I think that's beyond my power to agree, really. I mean, it's so hypothetical. If somebody was to step in and say to me, Janet, you're going to have to do your job differently. We've got a new set of guidance. Something's occurred. The need case has changed. I would have to work with that. But I work with what I have, and I'm not unaware of the evolution of things going on around me. But in my professional life, I work with what I have.
That's a very fair answer. If you go to page 10 of CD57, we can note, can't we, there in the first and second columns, the exploration of landscape value and sensitivity. Yeah, you see that?
It's page 10 of the paper copy, yes?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, the electronic page
sorry, landscape sensitivity. Under definition of terms, 2.2.
Well,
yes,
yeah, the landscape sensitivity is landscape value comes in the previous column.
Right, sorry, yes, yeah.
You've read them many times. I'm just drawing to the attention of the reporters, really. And if we go on to page 16, the document, can you help me with this? In paragraph 252, as a document assessing landscape values. It notes there are some drawbacks in taking account of the landscape values in the sensitivity assessment for the reasons given. I'll let you read the rest of that sentence. Then the steering group, however, that's the steering group for this document, presumably, however, consider the inclusion of landscape values as a sensitivity criterion in the study would give added weight and rationale, especially as robust justification and citation of national and locally designated landscapes in Dumfries and Galloway is available. But then in 2.6, and this is my puzzle, I just want to ask you a question about. Each of the sensitivity criteria, whatever set out in table 2 has been scored. Overall landscape and visual sensitivity rating is also set out, considering all the landscape and visual criteria, with the exception of landscape values. So let me ask you this: when it comes to guidance, which we'll turn to later, on the word, using the word capacity, on what capacity there may be for a particular typology and a particular landscape type, is value taken into account or not?
Oh gosh, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I'm just going to write a couple of notes as you're speaking.
It's a long question, but absolutely fine. You read that sentence, the first two sentences of paragraph 2.6, saying the overall ratings are set out, considering all of the landscape and visual criteria, with the exception of landscape values. So just to assist you, and before I go to the question, because it is complex, let's go to the same document, CD57, at page 351, because this is, I'll wait till people get there. You put thumbs up when you're there. Thank you, Pam. I see you.
Sorry, I'm not quite. Right, I'm there.
Well done, excellent. This is the landscape format assessment of some factors of sensitivity. Scale and openness, you've got on the left side, landform, and so it goes on, various factors. And then in the third column is relevant to us, assessment of large turbines, 80 to 150 meters, that's a tip obviously. And for scale and openness, the rating for LCT 19A, because that's what we're looking at, is medium-low. You see that?
Yes.
And so it goes on through landform, medium-low. Turning over the page, land cover and landmark features, medium-low. Settlement and archaeology, medium-low. Landscape contacts, medium-low, on the next page. Perceptual qualities, low. But then we've got on the final page, 2 pages on, in fact, perceptual qualities are puzzled here, are they medium or medium-low? Views and visibility, sorry, are medium on page 354. And then on the last page, we've got landscape values, which is, as it happens, medium-low. So my question is, when you come to an overall assessment of the sensitivity of the area, which leads to the guidance on capacity, is value actually taken into account? Noting what's said in paragraph 2.6 of the document.
I'm not sure it makes it explicit, does it?
Well, I think it can make a huge difference, but that's, I'm asking the question simply, is it taken into account?
So you're referring me to, is it taken into account when it goes to the guidance on capacity, which is in section, hang on a second. So that would be the guidance for development in 25.3.
Correct, on page 349.
Right, so.
Can I help you there in this? If you go to page 348,
Yeah.
wait till the reporter gets there.
Yeah.
Thank you. In the left column, it says, this is where it brings everything together before turning to guidance. Sensitivity would be high medium for the very large typology, which we're not, medium for our typology, the shepherd's rig.
Mm.
So sensitivity is concluded to be high medium. Sorry, no, it's medium for the large typology. But in the next column, it deals with value.
Yeah.
It says, you see the bold words, would result in medium low sensitivity in respect of landscape values overall.
Mm.
Now, does that mean that, I assume that means medium low value, doesn't it? It's phrased rather awkwardly, but it means medium low.
I think, and I'm not, I think it divides it in that introductory section. I can't speak for the guidance for development because it doesn't divide them there.
No, that's the problem. I can't see it either, but I was wondering if you knew.
I don't know. I think if I had lots of time to think about it, which obviously I haven't got, I could probably come to a more measured answer. All I can say is it's made explicit in that introductory section.
Yeah.
It isn't made explicit there. I'd have to read some of those guidance for developments in order to comprehensively answer that. I'm sorry, I'm not able to do that at speed.
No, well, I'm content either way. If you don't know, you don't know. If the reporters would like you to know and to bring it to the attention of the inquiry, I'm equally happy if they ask you to go away and look at it overnight. It matters not to me. I'll leave that to the reporters. I'm happy to leave it there.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
At all events, could you just solve one problem for me? And that is going back to page 348, where it says medium low sensitivity in respect of landscape values overall. I take that rather awkward phraseology to mean medium low value. Would I be correct? As recorded in the detailed sensitivity tables.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's the rating it's giving it for the whole of the LCT 19A, the Southern Uplands with Forest, yes.
All right, well, I'm not sure we can take it much further. Can you answer one more puzzle for me on page 348? I'm trying to understand this document. This is why I'm doing it.
Just closed it, sorry.
Sorry, page 348. Why would there may be a good answer to this. Why would there be, looking at the left column,
just bear with me a second, sorry. I have to
sorry,
close.
apologies.
348. I'm nearly there.
Okay.
Go on.
In the left column at 25.2, sensitivity would be medium for the large typology. Why would sensitivity be higher at high medium in relation to the medium, i.e. smaller typology?
Yes, it is an anomaly, but it is based on the assessments. Essentially, it was felt that in more upland landscapes, smaller typologies wouldn't necessarily find such good fit, that their fit was better in transitional lowland landscapes. So although it does seem a bit of an anomaly, you'd think surely smaller is better everywhere, but no, that isn't the case. Small turbines aren't generally regarded, or the smaller typologies aren't generally regarded to fit in necessarily as well in some of the larger scale upland landscapes.
Yeah.
And this is an example of that.
All right, well, that may be helpful to the reporters. They can see that if there is to be any preference expressed for a particular typology of turbine in this particular landscape, the preference would be for the very typology which is being proposed at Shepherd's Rig, as opposed to the smaller typology or the very large typology.
And yeah.
Yeah. Let's turn to page 17 of CD 57, please. If we go through the definitions of sensitivity here, and we're looking at medium for this typology in this landscape character type. Some key landscape characteristics are sensitive, or aspects of visual amenity are sensitive. There is still some ability to accommodate development in some situations without significant character change or visual impact. The development by typology relates to some aspects of landscape character. High medium, number of characteristics vulnerable to change, development would undermine some important defining aspects of character or visual amenity and significant cumulative effects. A limited amount of development may be able to be accommodated in very small parts of the character area. So we have those definitions. I have some difficulty in comparing, though, medium with high medium, because of the rather different approach to the description. But the medium definition deals in terms, yes, of key characteristics, but without significant character change. High medium talks about undermining some important defining aspects of landscape character, etc. Are you able to relate those two descriptions satisfactorily in your own mind, so you know what it's talking about?
Yeah, yes, I don't have a difficulty with it. I'm just trying to look at them both and try and understand the differences. They wouldn't have jumped out at me, but I think they're both fundamentally describing. It's set out in CD 6.3, I think it's paragraph 4.5, the guidance, where it talks about these degrees of influence of wind farms on landscape character.
Yeah.
And it's that sort of almost shifting scale between them. And they're both talking about that, I think. I don't see there being a massive difference.
But
that's certainly the scale I kind of use in my mind, try and describe landscape character change.
That's fine. But in terms of the landscape character of LCT 19A, and looking at the phrase the development typology relates to some aspects of landscape character, there's quite a bit of wind energy development in LCT 19A. Would you now, as opposed to the position in 1998 when the landscape character assessment for this area was published, say that wind energy development was a key characteristic of LCT 19A?
Oh gosh, I could do with looking at a map of the LCTs. Just bear with me a minute, because there is one in here.
Well, if you look at
try and find
the map,
I'd just like to find the map which has all the LCT 19A areas.
Well, I've got one for you.
Okay, thank you.
Turn to CD 11.8. I know you don't like some of the aspects of CD 11.8.
I know, no, I didn't want that. I didn't want the map of the local LCT 19A. I wanted that statement relates to all the LCT 19As, and there is a map in the DGWLCS that has that.
Yes, there is, on page 347, page 347, if you want it. But
great.
let me limit my question to this unit rather than going
okay, sorry, right,
West
okay.
and West Langham. Let's look at Carsfairn and look at Ken. And if you look at CD 11.8, that map shows.
Okay, yeah, just let me get it. Hang on a moment. Thank you. lost everybody.
Oh dear.
Sorry,
Sorry,
ma'am.
excuse me. Yeah, I'm not
Lost
hearing you either, Dr. Swales.
I think we just lost Dr. Swales for a moment, and she's lost everyone
I'm
else.
seeing you all again. I took my headphones off. That might have caused a problem. Sorry, I just had to reach a bit far.
Okay, can I just check everyone can hear, Mr. Trinnick? Can you hear okay?
I've got.
Yes, I can.
Okay, carry on.
It may have been my
Thanks.
fault. Apologies. I've got CD
That's okay.
11.8 in front of me.
Well, my question really, I mean, looking at the amount of wind energy development that exists, never mind what is proposed, but just taking into account consented, would you say that wind energy development is or will be, if the consented development is built, a key characteristic of the Ken unit of LCT 19A?
So I'm trying to differentiate the planning. We have our own database for these, so I've struggled the planning from the Cornhill is now concerned. There are large areas, if I exclude the in-planning schemes, there are large areas of 19A which are not as yet developed and which experienced, if you like, topographically, experienced in the landscape that you are unaware of wind farms. And in fact, the Upper Glenkens area of if you looked at the Strone-Freggan area, which is in 19A or areas around that, as we've discussed, and both Brian Denny's evidence and my own, the if you like, the existing operational is certainly very, very low in a low influence in some of those areas, and the recent consents which are out with 19A, such as Troston, Lochglen, Shimrock, but will influence that unit to some degree, definitely. But no, I'd say there is still quite a lot of areas in 19A where you could be without the sense of wind farms being a key characteristic. It basically, geographically, even within that quite small area, I think that varies. There will be some areas where they're an isolated feature.
Yes, but you see my point. The key characteristics are evaluated for an area as a whole. A type may be, but I'm looking at the unit. And let's go to help you here to CD 619, which is the 1998 landscape character assessment of Dumfries and Galloway. CD 619.
I have got that. Sorry, I'm just looking around to try and see it on the table. I had it out early. Just bear with me a moment. Do I still need the 5.7?
You will still need it, yes.
Oh, I found it. Yes, I've got it.
At page 179. And I go here because the key characteristics of this, because this is LCT 19A we're looking at.
Yes.
Go to the previous page, you can see the map which sets out the various parts,
I was looking for that
units of it. Yeah. Those key characteristics can't be found in the LCS, which is why I go here. And you see them in 3 bullet points set out there on the table. Are you saying, therefore, that you would still accept those key characteristics as defining the character of LCT 19A?
Yes, I think those are still characteristics of.
And you wouldn't, so far as the Ken unit is concerned, add
Would I include wind farms? Okay.
wind farms to that list, noting that you're looking at the unit as a whole.
Yeah. Back at Mast. So are we looking at all those 4 units of LCT 19
No, I'm looking at the Ken unit.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously the text relates to all of those units.
I appreciate that. I'm asking you about the Ken unit.
Okay. Well, I would possibly have, as the DGWLCS does in its descriptions of landscape, I possibly would have a caveat for some areas. Let me go back to your map.
So I don't quite follow you. You'll need to repeat what you just said. My question was, you're
asking me to compare text that was written for all 4 units and say, would I write that for this single unit? That's what I'm struggling with a bit.
Well, all right. So
if I was updating this text for those 4 units.
Sorry,
well,
just bear with me, Swells. I know I'm not supposed to interrupt you, but I'm cutting across you because my question is fairly clear, I think. Right. I'm looking at the page 179 of the landscape character assessment.
Yeah.
Those key characteristics are applicable to the whole of LCT 19A, but ergo, unless stated otherwise, are also directly applicable to each unit of LCT 19A. Looking at the Ken unit, my simple question was, would you not now add wind farms as a key characteristic of the Ken unit of LCT 19A? Very narrow question.
So I'd be basing it on Weatherhill, Cornharrow, Lorg. It's difficult. I'd possibly have them as a feature. I'm not sure it would be a key characteristic. The map, CD 11.8, shows the footprint of the wind farm sites and not the turbines.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that.
It does give the impression that these wind farms are going to have a large footprint, and they don't all. Cornharrow's relatively contained. Lorg got reduced by half.
So what's your answer to my question?
I think my answer is no.
All right, that'll do. Thank you very much.
Not in relation to that LCT, but if I was rewriting that in relation to all of the LCT 19As, I would have to review all of them. So you are asking me to turn an apple into a pear or something like that.
Well, that's what advocates always do, I'm afraid. If you go to CD 56, please, now, changing topic slightly.
Right.
At Appendix A, which is on page 41, CD 56.
Yeah.
Now, if we just explore what it does, are you there? Are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm just there. Yes.
Okay, and this is summary tables for landscape character sensitivity across the landscape types, and you've got the named in the second column, and then you've got the development typologies in the third column. So we need to focus on large, and then you've got the sensitivity assessment summaries in the last 2 columns for landscape and visual sensitivity and for separately value. You see all that, we're following it, fine. Now I want you to scan down, from your knowledge, I'm sure you can give me the answer anyway, but the reporters need to follow what you're saying. So far as large typology is concerned, I think that on the first page, going down to LCT 9, there's high sensitivity in all cases to the large typology. That's right, isn't it?
Just let me check. Are you meaning for landscape and visual, and including values?
Sorry, I should have made that clear. Landscape and visual column, please.
Okay.
I believe
For the first page, I can confirm that, yes.
Yeah. Let me go on the second page. Takes us from LCT 10 to 18.
Yeah.
And we've got high for 10, high medium for 11.
Yeah.
High for 12, 13, high medium for coastal flow 14 and 15, coastal and flow plateau. And then it's high all the way down to 17B.
Yeah.
And then high medium for the Annandale and Peter.
Well, high medium for 17, isn't it? Right.
No. Not for, oh, sorry, for large.
17, I've got high medium for large.
Yes, it is, you're right.
And also actually for coastal flow
17A.
plateau, high medium.
And for foothills, it's high medium for the Annandale and Beta units, but high for the Cairn Harrow units.
Yes.
And moving on to the next page, still in foothills, it's high for the remainder of the units.
Yes.
18A for large, you've got high medium for the A unit.
Yeah.
That's going over towards Hairstains Wind Farm. High for Cairnsmore. Medium for Cullendock. Lauriston high medium, Rinserkill high medium, Strone high medium, Eskdale medium. And then 19 is high for both units.
High medium for
Sorry,
large
high
for Nithsdale and high for.
And we come on to 90 where we are, and it's medium for us.
Yeah.
Just completing the exercise, going on to 2021-22, it's high in all cases except for the Cairn Edward unit of 21A.
Yes.
So I'd be right in saying that only in two cases, I'm sure you'll correct me and you'll be right, but I think in 2 cases, the Cullendock unit of 18A and 19A, there's the only 2 units or types within Dumfries and Galloway where there is a sensitivity as low as medium to the large typology. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it says. Yes.
There's no scope at all for the very large typology, except, well, there is no assessment of lower than high to the very large typology, except in 19A where it's high medium, and then only, I think, for the Eskdale unit.
Yeah, it's qualified in the text, I think,
Exactly.
isn't it? Yeah.
All right, that's helpful. If you turn back to CD57.
Do I still need CD56?
Yes, you do. Actually,
Yes,
keep it out to one side. I'm sorry to clutter your table, but put it to one side would be useful.
Okay.
You go to page 29 of CD57.
Yes.
Coming on to key study findings and recommendations. In fact, it's on page 30. Is that the bit I want to refer to?
Right.
In the left column. And we're now, by the way, I should have said as a heading to what I'm looking at. I'm now looking at the Eskdale unit. So in the left column on page 30 is talking about the very large typology. Saying
yes.
Turbines to walls 200 meters too large to accommodate his new developments in landscape and visual terms anywhere except for the Eskdale unit of 19A. And we know where that is because that was pointed out yesterday.
Yes.
On page 31, in the middle column, and we're talking about large turbines, large typology now, increased scope for large turbines in the Eskdale unit due to the absence of wind farm development in the area, the expansive scale of the landscape and distance from sensitive receptors.
Yes.
Now, do you know why there's an absence of wind energy development in that area?
Historically, there's been limitations because of the, I'm not quite sure of the name of it, but the seismic station in Eskdalemuir.
Yes, that's the one referred to by Mr. Denny yesterday. Now, we can tackle this obviously in more detail in the policy session if the need arises. But as Mr. Denny said yesterday, there is a current constraint because of the seismological recording station in the Eskdalemuir area within 50 kilometres of it, which prevents any wind energy development taking place. You heard that evidence.
Yes, I can't confirm it or otherwise, but I did hear the evidence.
Mm-hmm. Well, if that evidence is correct, I'm not asking you to confirm that it is, that would be unfair, but if that evidence is correct, then the areas of 19A actually available for development are limited to Casfern and Ken. That's right, isn't it? Those two units.
Well, in fairness, this study doesn't deal with non-landscape and visual issues, so
Well,
there might be many, I suppose what I'm trying to say is there might be many other factors that may impinge even on those areas.
Well, it's fair of you to say so, and Mr. Denny's drawn attention to some yesterday in evidence in chief, but for the purpose of, you can't ignore other factors simply in coming to a conclusion about the availability of land for the large typology of wind energy development.
I suppose it's not my job to comment on that. You know, I can't comment on the other factors, really.
I've said if the evidence is correct that the Eskdalemuir area of 19A is not available currently for wind energy development, then the large typology can only be, if I'm asking you to comment, can only take place in the Ken and Casfern units, can't it? Is that right? There's no other units of.
I'm uncomfortable because I'm so unfamiliar with that evidence. I appreciate you saying if it is correct, but as with all things, it's a matter of context and how we use these bits of information. And I'm uncomfortable to say yes, that's the place, because
I understand why you're uncomfortable.
Just seems to be
Let me put it this way then. Were it to be the case, in terms of your evidence, were it to be the case that Eskdalemuir unit was not available for whatever reason on which you can't comment for wind energy development for the large typology or indeed any typology, then the available land within LCT 19A, one of only two areas rated as of medium sensitivity for this typology, would be the Ken and Casfern units. I think we can agree that, can't we? There are no other units.
Yeah, if I could just take out of my brain that it's anything to do with specifically Eskdalemuir, it's a completely hypothetical question. That if Eskdalemuir isn't available in terms of this study, then yes, if it's taken out of the equation.
That'll do it for me. And looking at the Casfern units, and can we go to CD 11.8 again, please, that map? Now, I know we're looking at footprints there. I'm not trying to be too clever in saying that's where it's filled with turbines, these footprints. But the Casfern unit has a number of wind energy developments consented or built, doesn't it? The Windy Standard Group.
Yes.
And there may be some future capacity there, but I would guess purely in terms of what's there, there's not a huge capacity for further development in the Casfern unit.
Probably not. I'm just trying to use my knowledge of where the turbines are, which is probably not the aim of the exercise, but it's quite well taken up, I would say.
Yeah. And so far as the Ken unit, therefore, is concerned, focusing on that, we don't know what's going to happen as a result of the Cycle 2 inquiry that's out there. But there is log. You can head, I think it's still a current application, isn't it? Am I right?
Yes, I believe so.
Conharrow is now consented, Weatherhill is there. So I'm not going to ask you to comment on Mr. Denny's evidence yesterday about other constraints in this area of topography and cultural heritage. That would be unfair. But the Ken unit is really the unit where there is, on the hypothetical assumption Estill-Muir area is not available, the only area where you could see something more substantial taking place. That's right, isn't it?
Hmm. Well, using your cutoff of medium, but there are opportunities in non-LCTA areas, just as there are constraints in LCT 19A.
So could you repeat
But
the start of your answer
if we take the medium
sorry, Dr.
as a
Sorry,
cutoff,
could you start
sorry?
your answer again? I missed your first bit of the answer. I apologise.
No, it's fine. There are opportunities in other landscape character types which haven't necessarily got a medium sensitivity rating. So, for example, just in the same way as LCT 19A, in the instances you flagged up, have a medium, there are other LCT areas with possibly a high, but there will be opportunities in those areas. So to say there are no other opportunities, using this medium threshold, it's too blunt, I think. It's not how we use the study. So if you were to ask me as the sort of landscape officer, Dumfries and Galloway, are there no other opportunities other than LCT 19A? The very simple answer would be, yes, there are opportunities, and we're looking at them, and many of them at the moment. It is about the more detailed fit into these LCTs. If you're asking me as a statistician, are there any other M-rated areas? Well, yeah, no, probably there aren't, but it really isn't how we use the document. So it doesn't provide a very meaningful answer, apart from the hypotheticality of the Eskdale-Muir situation. So
I'm not sure I accept that answer, because the clear advice in the LCS is that you advise there is no capacity for the large typology of development in areas rated as high sensitivity. That's what it says. That's the guidance to developers. And there is no, if a developer were to come to you and say, where would you like us to go in Dumfries and Galloway? Are you really telling this inquiry? You might say, oh, we'll go and look at some of the high sensitivity areas in the absence of anything else. I don't
so
think
which of the high sensitivity areas are you referring to there? And I'll just check the context.
No,
because
no,
sometimes where it says no capacity, yeah, I would possibly agree with that. I can't, without seeing the context of that specific question, answer that.
No, I'm saying that on the basis of the LCS, which is the part of your development plan, which is intended to guide developers to where they might go in Dumfries and Galloway, I don't need to go to individual landscape types. The LCS says there is no capacity for the large typology within high sensitivity areas. That's what it says. Any of them. You don't have to break it down. So I suggest you wouldn't point a developer to any high sensitivity area. You would be pointing them to the lowest sensitivity areas, that being 19A, or the coloured dot unit of 18A. Sorry?
Let me read this in context. If you could just direct me to the paragraph that it makes that statement. I'd just like to read it in context. That it says there's no capacity in any high medium areas.
You bear with me, I will find it.
Yes, thank you.
All right, I will find it, but it's going to take me time to get to the actual page, so you have to bear with me. Having lost a bit of paper for a start, it doesn't help. Bear with me.
No, that's fine.
Here we are. Paragraph 211 on page 20 of CD 57. In terms, have you got there?
No, not yet. Sorry.
Have you got that, man? Thank you. Are you there?
It says it can't be.
Well, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Sorry.
Thank you. In 211, in terms of guidance, study indicates that where a landscape character type area is identified as high sensitivity rating over for any typology, depending on the consultant's typology, cannot be accommodated in the landscape type of area, or in some instances close by it, without significant adverse landscape visual impacts arising across a wide range of key landscape and visual sensitivities. Whereas high medium, number of significant constraints, and at the bottom, either no scope or very limited scope for development on a small part of these areas. It's only when you get to medium that you get more encouraging advice.
But it isn't making statements of absolute capacity here. It's making statements of significant effects.
But I'm sorry, Dr. Swales, it doesn't work, does it? Because when you get to the detailed sensitivity assessments.
Yeah, I've got those. Well, I've got those under the yeah.
You get to the guidance for development. I will take you through each landscape type if you really want me to, in terms of guidance for development. But I suggest to you, and you might want to check it over lunch if you want, rather than take time now, that in no case is the guidance that there is any scope for a large typology development in any area other than in any area where there is high sensitivity. That's the guidance given.
I'm happy to look. But to answer your question, this isn't mentioning absolute capacity in these statements. It is saying there'll be significant effects. And you know, obviously it's not. I can't check them all quickly. All I can really say is it can be checked, and we could check it.
Well,
yeah, I read this 211 as saying, you know, you need to be careful because there will be a lot of significant effects. In other words, your more detailed assessment is going to be required in order to avoid or minimize or reduce those significant effects. I'm not reading those as absolute, but I'm not disagreeing what you're saying about capacity. I just can't actually check it quickly. And I would need to see the context of how it's used, but I could check it at lunchtime.
Well,
I probably can't check them all at lunchtime, but I can, because I need to have a lunch break. But,
yes, all right. I've got the point you need to check. That's
we
fine.
could certainly check it for closing submissions.
No, Dr. Swales, stop. Do check at lunchtime. That's fine. We'll leave that.
I'll need a bit of time to check it and have
I'm
lunch.
sure you will. That's fine. But my suggestion to you, for you to check, is that you will find that in no cases is there any recommended capacity for any typology where the sensitivity to that typology is high. And you might want to check against that. In other words, the guidance or the discussion in 211 leads directly to guidance for development later in the document. I further suggest that if a developer came to see you with the request to point to where in the area he might look for the large typology of wind energy development, I suggest you would certainly not be pointing him towards either high or high medium. You would want him to look at the medium sensitivity areas. That's how the document reads.
Well, it might surprise you to know I do look at all the areas. I don't have a cut-off on the medium. And in fact, I have supported applications in areas of high sensitivity, such as Windy Rig. So we aren't categoric in how we use this study. I think we would point and advise that there's relatively higher sensitivity in one area or another. And there may be categorical statements about capacity, but that isn't actually how I don't use the study in such a categorical way. So if I was giving advice to a developer, which I don't tend to do, but if my colleagues were giving an advice to a developer, they'd certainly be giving a precautionary message where there's relatively high or high medium sensitivity or even medium. And they wouldn't be giving a green light on areas where the sensitivity is shown as being low either, because it isn't carte blanche. It isn't used in that way. So well, I can check you.
All right, go on.
Well, I can make the check, but it's an academic exercise because it doesn't reflect how we use the study.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Dr. Swales. There, I think a point too far. I suggest to you that it's precisely how you use the study, and that is how it's being used in this inquiry. Your counsel has majored on this study, this LCS, in this inquiry, in giving evidence against Shepherd's Rig. The witness, Dr. Armstrong, apologies, Mr. Armstrong, yesterday, when he said to Mr. Denny, well, you know, if you're looking to SPP Group 3 areas, where do you look for the identified criteria? You look to the LCS. You're relying on this document, aren't you?
We use a document a lot as a tool. We use it as a tool.
Well, I suggest
use it as a tool in an intelligent manner. I mean, it's a highly useful document, but as with all strategic things, it has to be applied to a detailed set of circumstances. We look at site assessments. My planning colleagues do as well, and you know, well, that's all I can say really in terms of how we use it.
Well, may I suggest to you that we are very startled to hear your response to my question on that, given the use that has been made by your counsel of the LCS in relation to Shepherd's Rig. Would you understand us being startled by that?
What's that word? Staffled?
Startled. Sorry, startled. My apologies.
Sorry, well, it's possibly. I don't understand it, but I presume you mean confused. Confused? Well,
no, I don't mean that. I mean startled. No? That's what I said.
Startled.
S-T-A-R-T-L-E-D.
Oh, startled. I'm having a bit of problem. Right, okay.
Okay. Let me put the point again. Can you understand why, given the use that has been made of this document in evidence against Shepherd's Rig at this inquiry, we are startled to hear your answer to my most recent questions on the use you make of the LCS. It goes against our experience on this project.
Well, I've just explained how I use it, and I can't
Very well.
do more than that.
Ma'am, that's a convenient moment. This, I should say in timetable terms, that as always, I've got it completely wrong. Karen Haber will not be surprised to hear that. And I've got another probably hour to go, and my apologies for that.
So does that mean that we're probably looking back to the original timescale of starting the hearing 1 tomorrow morning?
Yes, I'm afraid we are. Yeah. It is taking longer for reasons which are not entirely my fault. We've had it's difficult, these things virtually, trying to get to documents, but I'll take the blame.
No, we certainly have had a few IT issues as well this morning, which I apologise for. So, okay, that's fine. We will stop now for an hour and we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. And then, Mr. Trinick, you'll be carrying on with your questions at that point.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Cheers. Good afternoon. Is everybody coming back online?
Yeah, Madam, David Gordon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see the main parties there. If Mr. Trinick and Dr. Swales are ready, then feel free to commence. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Swales, you're going to take an opportunity over the lunch break to check an answer to this question. Are there any areas which are given a high sensitivity rating in the LCS where large typology development can nevertheless be countenanced?
Yes, I've gone through all of the landscape character types from 18 onwards, and I've cross-referenced all high sensitivity landscape and visual sensitivity assessments for large typology developments against the guidance for development. In all cases, the statements are not categoric against capacity, but set out that there would be a significant effect or impacts across a wide spectrum of sensitivities. In other words, they're in line with 2.11, which you took me to in the session before lunch. 2.11 of CD 5.7. And I've marked all of, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 11 instances of high sensitivity rating for large typology developments between the LCTs 18 onwards. I could take you to some of them as examples of the language, but in my opinion, the language is not categorical. It is not stating that there is no capacity. It is pointing the reader of the document to the fact that there are a high number of likely effects or impacts, significant effects or impacts across a wide spectrum of the sensitivity criteria. I don't know the best way of dealing with this piece of analysis.
Let me do it this way. First of all, if you go to electronic page 238 of the document, by the way, I wasn't just referring to 18 onwards, I meant all of them, but if you've only done 18 onwards.
It took me half an hour to do the ones I did, and as far as I was concerned, it got the answer that you required, but anyway. Okay,
I've been through them all over lunch myself, so from 1 to 22. If you go to 18 on page 238, that's foothills, yeah, got that?
No, I'm not there yet.
Now remember, I'm looking for high sensitivity here, not high medium, high.
No, I marked it off on the supplementary guidance table, and I went through them all.
Yes, so first.
So for foothills, I've gone through.
Dr. Swales, bear with me, please. I'm just asking my question. If you, the first high sensitivity area we come to is Cairn Harrow, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Right, so let's go to Cairn Harrow, which we will find. Let's go and scroll down myself. On page 254. And if we go to paragraph 22.
Hang on a second, because I'm on the paper document.
Right.
254. Right, sorry. Yeah.
Page 255, guidance on development.
Yes. Yeah.
There are no opportunities to accommodate the larger typologies in this landscape without significant adverse effects. That's a recommendation, no opportunities, isn't it?
It's qualified.
Sorry, but
it says,
are you really saying that the council is recommending that there are opportunities to accommodate large typology turbines in this landscape? Please.
Well, could we please take the whole sentence? There are no opportunities to accommodate the larger typologies in this landscape without incurring significant adverse effects likely to occur across a number of key sensitivity criteria. when you took me before the break to 211, this was the form of wording that we discussed, and you told me, as I recall, that the wording under the detailed assessments referred to no capacity. As far as I'm concerned, this is a qualified statement, and it would send, yes, you need to look out for significant adverse effects. And in the strategic sense, yeah, no opportunities to accommodate without a range of significant effects, which I would anticipate I would have to assess what those are.
I have to say, Dr. Swales, the first time I've heard this document interpreted that way. The definition of capacity that you use is capacity.
It doesn't talk about capacity in the statement.
We're not an argument. We're not an argument. Please listen to my question. In paragraph 2.1 of the document, and elsewhere indeed, landscape capacity is defined as a degree to which a particular landscape is able to accommodate change without significant effects on its character or overall change of landscape character type. Capacity is likely to vary according to the nature and type of nature of change being proposed. If you go to the area we're just looking at, Cairn Harrow, the advice, and we can fast forward on this and not look at all the others, for all high sensitivity areas, the advice given is the same. There are no opportunities without significant adverse effects. That, I suggest to you strongly, has been interpreted consistently by Dumfries and Galloway Council as meaning there is no capacity. Not, oh, well, we'll look at it on its merits. There is no capacity. That's the approach which has been taken at a development management level quite consistently.
If that was the case, then people would be being told that. I certainly don't read it in that way. I'm reading it that somebody would have to be aware that there are significant adverse effects, but not that they wouldn't necessarily look in that area.
Dr. Swales, I'm sorry, I think this is being a bit naughty, frankly. That your council...
I apologise, I am not being naughty. I've just spent half an hour going through the language very carefully to check on this point. And I don't know what else I'm going to be able to say on it, to be honest. I mean, we could include this table. It's about the categorical nature of the meaning of the document, I think, that we're discussing. And I have set out how I use this document and how I think it is intended to be used.
Well, I'm suggesting to you strongly that whatever you may say in the way that you personally use the document, your council, which has issued reasons for objection in this case, has always proceeded, is proceeding now on the basis that if there's a high capacity landscape, there is consistently a recommendation in the guidance for development that there is no opportunities to accommodate development. And it's taken that view at a practical level since the document.
People are encouraged to excuse me, sorry. I think people would read the document as a whole and look through the constraints and the opportunities. It is not as categorical as you are setting out.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree.
Isn't how it is used.
Well, sorry, we're cutting across each other constantly, and I apologise. I'm sure it's my fault, but we'll have to agree to disagree on that. But I record the fact that we disagree fundamentally with what you're saying about the attitude that your council takes to any proposed typology, larger typology of development in any LCT or unit of an LCT, which is accorded a high sensitivity rating. And I leave that with the reporters. If you say that's not the approach we take, we'll agree to disagree at that point. Okay?
I can hear what you're saying.
You can or you can't, sorry.
No, I can. No, I can hear. I heard and understood what you said.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you. One point, leaving the LCT and turning on back to the RSA, but the RSA in a particular context having gone through the LCT, if we look at CD 5.6 at page 43, for the Southern Uplands, which is LCT 19.
Yes.
Can you help me? Looking at the left column, rather, you've got Nithsdale and Northwest Lowthers, but the RSA part is in the Benareid, Carstfairn, Lowther, North Moffat, etc. area, isn't it? That's where the RSA is.
No, not necessarily. I mean, I would have to look at a map to tell you exactly, but there are a number of RSAs which will cover areas of these. I would need to refer to a map, but it's not as simple as saying the Nithsdale and North Lowthers aren't in an RSA and the others are.
Well, that's fine for me, because
I would need to look in a little bit more detail at the text and or a map.
That's fine. It doesn't really matter, because it makes my question rather easier if there are parts of Nithsdale and Northwest Lowthers within an RSA, because my puzzle is that this is a regional designation which is clearly, well, I think you would call it fairly high value in terms of its qualities, don't you? Would I be right?
The RSA?
Yes.
Yes, is designated for its scenic value.
Absolutely. And yet, in the LCS, we see that in the right-hand column, it's only accorded for Nithsdale and Northwest Lowthers high, medium to low value, and for the remainder of the Southern Uplands, high, medium. I'm just puzzled if the RSA is so jealously guarded and protected. In the terms of this inquiry, it's been protected. Why accord something less than high value to the RSA? I don't understand.
I think it's just recognising that some areas of those LCTs aren't covered by RSA or other recognised values. In other words, it'll be high in some areas and less in others. I think that's what it's.
OEC means it varies between high and medium, not that it's high.
Yes.
Medium.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the assessor's taken a balanced view that, a proportion of those LCTs are covered by RSA.
Well, that would explain it. But for Nithsdale and North Lowther, it's high, medium to low. So the point would still stand.
There possibly isn't RSAs in them. And I've got a feeling the RSA may just go into Nithsdale, but off the top of my head, I can't quite tell you.
Well, we'll leave that point there. It's not my biggest point in the world. I've explored it as far as I want, so I'm very grateful to you for that. I have these little puzzles that occur to me, and I feel I ought to ask things. They may not go anywhere. Turning to the pattern of development now, my last topic, I should say, ma'am, that I've done some rigorous pruning over lunchtime and thought to myself, where do I really need to go to add to what's already been asked? So I think we're on to our last 20 minutes. If that encourages people and makes them feel good. So the pattern of development, if you take up your inquiry report, please.
Yes.
At electronic page 70, if you've got the hard copy, it's page 65.
What was the paper copy page number, sorry?
65.
Oh, sorry.
And this is really a point of reference to give context to my question. But at paragraph 5.2, you discuss the emerging wind farm pattern. Very useful.
Sorry, I'm not quite there. Sorry.
That's all right.
5.2
on page 65.
Yeah.
5.2 on page 65.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I've got it. Yeah.
The emerging wind farm pattern, and you talk about the committed pattern of development. In terms I needn't rehearse, people have read this. And then in 5.2.2, you spurred some attention to what you think of Shepherd's Rig in the context of that pattern. Then at 5.2.4 on the next page, you update the position in terms of pattern by reference to the recent consents at Truston Lock, Cornharrow and Windy Standard 3. So that's what you do.
Yes.
If you go to the CD 11.8 map, the A2 map.
Yes.
And let me preface what I'm saying with this comment that I fully understand that what is shown are the footprints of a developed area, not the turbine position. So we needn't go to that point. In terms of the emerging pattern, if we were looking at this about 10 years ago or longer, what we'd see, I guess, is some development in the Carsfern unit of 19A at Windy Standard 1, possibly 2, I can't remember. Maybe that was up at that stage. But that was it, wasn't it? I don't think it was any other development at that time. Maybe Weather Hill, I don't know.
Weather Hill, probably, yes.
But that was it at that time.
Yes.
And then organically led by guidance, whatever. A number of other developments to take us to where we are now, and can see there as a general pattern of development. And if Quantum's Hill, which is at scoping stage to the west of Shepherd's Rig, did secure planning permission, I'm not involved in it, I have no idea what its merits are. The pattern would alter again, that's right, isn't it? You see an alteration in the pattern of development to some extent.
Yes, I mean, I agree. Any further developments, you know, there would be changes to the distribution and pattern.
Yeah, and then there's Windy Rig, of course, to the north, just northwest rather of the site.
Yeah.
Obviously, the turbines don't occupy anything like the blue area, and they don't go into the RSA, do they? They're outside the RSA, the turbines.
I think there were 2 in it and they were removed, but as I recall, the remaining turbines are out with.
The consented turbines are outside, well, the now built
I think so, yes.
turbines are outside the RSA. Fine.
Yeah.
And that was a local project, I think, not a Section 36. It was, I think it received a recommendation for approval, didn't it?
In terms of the landscape assessment, yes.
You were content with the project?
It was a negotiated scheme, and we had concerns about the levels of impact, and it on the face of it goes against our capacity study, but it was well designed and avoiding some of the key sensitivities in some respects, and we secured some compensatory mitigation, very finely balanced, I would say.
Okay, let me
that's as I recall it.
Because if you go to your figure 2.1.
Yes.
And
oh, sorry, 2.1. Sorry.
Yeah, 2.1. Trying to find and
just bear with me a second.
Yes, of course, it's fine.
Yeah, CFC landmark is.
It's sorry, I should have said it's actual page 19.
Yes, got
page
you.
24 of your inquiry report.
Let me just mark off where we are, though. I'll just be a moment.
Yes, of course, that's fine.
Yes.
This, can you tell me the bottom image? This is Dunduk Hill, isn't it? That's yes. The point there, which is, let's get it. It's broadly viewpoint 12 in the EIA. That's correct.
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
And from there, you see the, as you've described it on that image, the classic Cairnsmore view, sculptural qualities.
Yeah.
And to the right of it, you've got Windy Rig, which is fully in the view in the context of those sculptural qualities. But you felt that was okay, did you?
Yes, it was a finely balanced judgment, but it's set back from the front-facing slopes of the hill. It's partially visible, and the prominence of the hill is maintained.
Fair enough. But it really rather demonstrates, doesn't it, that it's all a matter of opinion the view could be taken by, hang on, wait till I finish the question.
Oh, sorry, go on.
It's okay, don't worry. That the view could be taken that actually Windy Rig is also an offender in the terms represented against Shepherd's Rig at this inquiry, interfering with the sculptural qualities of Cairnsmore or Casfern.
It's a degree of dominance, to my mind, and you're right that it is a matter of opinion, but to my mind and in my assessment, I considered that the imposing mass, form and shape of the hills remained very much the dominant feature. And that I mean, I've sketched on those turbines. They weren't there when I did this sketch, but I knew that they were there. But that the Windy Rig would be set back enough. Don't think I considered Windy Rig from this angle, but we certainly considered it against views of the Cairnsmore, and it was quite a finely balanced judgment, I would say.
Yeah. Going back to 524 of your inquiry report on page 66 or electronic page 71.
Yeah.
You acknowledge in your first bullet point that the recent consents of Troston Lock and Conharrow changed the wind farm pattern in Upper Glen Kens in terms of development further south. If you look at CD 11.8, the A2 map again,
Yes.
I suggest that those two developments do actually change the pattern of development by linking development in LCT 18A to the south with development in 19A. They bring it further north, don't they?
Yeah, there's well, at the moment they would form a band across the top of LCT 18A. There's quite a large area between Black Craig Hill and those schemes. Knockman Hill is consented. It's a scheme of relatively small scale, 5 turbines. I can't recall the height off the top of my head, but they're certainly at the lower end of large, in other words, towards 80 metres.
Yeah.
So, quite a different feeling scheme. So at the moment, they're what I would call a large group rather than a cluster, maybe.
Well, I won't debate what's a group and what a cluster. We'll be here all day, but I'll say that at face value. But my general point is that development pressure, whether you welcome it or you don't, it seems to be pushing the pattern of development northwards into 19A from area 18, and therefore towards Shepherd's Rig. That the pattern is changing as the years go on, isn't it? It continues to change.
There is continued evolution, I agree.
Okay. My last topic is just trying to isolate exactly where we are apart on the finer details of the development, that is to say, the effects. So if we look at your inquiry report at Appendix A4 at page 101, so this is CD 12.1, page 101.
Yes.
So sorry.
96.
Yeah, your field paper copy is 96. That's quite correct. Now we've already explored the like and like points, and I'm very happy on that now. So if we start with the table on page 96, page 101, whichever you're using, we can see that I think the only difference in this table, in terms of the effects of Shepherd's Rig of itself, is in relation to LCT 9, isn't it? Where you find a significant effect. Is it LCT 9? Yes, it is. Well, you both find a significant effect, but you find one which goes out to 5.5 to 6 kilometres, whereas Mr. Denny finds the effect out to about 4.5. That's your difference, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. Well, but I think otherwise, in terms of the effects of Shepherd's Rig of itself, you are wholly agreed in terms of the significance of effects with Mr. Denny, aren't you?
On the landscape effect, I'm just double checking.
Yes, of
but,
course.
I think so. Yes, I think so.
Okay, and then going on to page 98 on your physical copy, 103 electronically, we see, at least on the face of it, 3 points of disagreement. But the first one is viewpoint 13, where actually you are now agreed that it's significant.
Yes, that's right.
So we're left with 2 points of difference. One is viewpoint 18, Strangassel, where he says not significant, and you say marginally significant.
Yes.
Now, if we go to your CD 12.2, while we're at it, so CD 12.2, and when you get there, it's at page 18.
Yes. Sorry,
Sorry.
I have got it right in front of me. It's just requires a little bit of archaeology. Just bear with me a second. I'll just be a moment.
Sure.
Ah,
It's
I've got the document now.
page
Apologies.
18 when you get there. It's sorry, too many documents around. Here you're making the assessment in the right column,
Yes.
significant, and it would detract about 10 lines down from the general visual amenity of the area to a marginally significant degree. So the difference between you, I suggest, is pretty marginal, isn't it?
Possibly. I'm saying possibly just because I think in relation to this viewpoint, I mean, I had concerns about it not being, if you like, the best worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Because when I did my site work, I found there was a reveal where certainly Mascalloch Hill came into quite full view, I think just ahead of this viewpoint. But you're right, in terms of this viewpoint, I think I was probably more concerned about the visual amenity of that area and that stretch of the road than Brian Denny, as in they've selected this as a worst case scenario. But in terms of the assessment of that viewpoint, there probably isn't much between us, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. Just as an aside, you don't use the concept of sensitivity, I don't think. You use magnitude and significance, is that right?
Well, I do factor the receptor in, yeah. So the A713 is a key tourist route. So I would have in my mind that, yeah, that's a highly sensitive receptor.
Okay. You don't express sensitivity, but we can derive it. Am I right?
I might have done somewhere. Just bear with me a second.
Sure, of course.
It possibly is somewhere on there. It may not be.
I couldn't find it, but I'm quite happy to be wrong.
It possibly isn't there. No, it possibly isn't there.
But can I suggest that it doesn't really matter because for two reasons. Firstly, because we can derive your view of sensitivity from the nature of the receptors you list. So it's fairly self-evident that receptors are going to be high sensitivity, for example. And secondly, because you heard Mr. Denny say that even if all his viewpoints were accorded high sensitivity, it would make no difference to the findings. So can we agree that regardless of how you've treated sensitivity, we needn't pay it too much attention?
No, I don't think so.
That's fine. And the final viewpoint takes us to viewpoint 21, where looking at page 103 electronically, actual page 98 of your inquiry report, not significant. Mr. Denny says, you say marginally significant. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I've gone. I'm looking for it in my 12.2, not my 12.1. Could you give me the reference in the? Oh yeah, no, sorry, I am here. Yeah, I've got you. Sorry.
Either will do. It doesn't really matter.
Right.
For the reporter's reference, it's electronic page 103 of the inquiry report. It's page 21 of CD 12.2. Again, looking at the right column, visual receptors, hill walkers, therefore high sensitivity. And you say, in terms of the effects of Shepherd's Rig-Off itself, marginally significant. So again, not a lot of difference between you, I suggest.
Oh, sorry. What was his assessment? Not significant.
Not significant, that's right.
Well, I think I felt. I mean, I set that out a bit this morning in terms of my concerns about that view. In terms of setback, I wouldn't have expected necessarily a significant effect. I mean, the scheme isn't imposing from that view, and it's certainly not dominant. But I did feel there was quite a high degree of detracting from the focus of the Cairnsmore of Carstfern.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought on balance a marginally significant effect rather than a significant effect.
That's very helpful. And with that, Dr. Swales, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trinick. So we will now check whether Mr. Gordon or Ms. Clubb would like to make any points of clarification. Mr. Gordon?
I do have one. Have I come back on screen? Yes, I have.
Yes, you have. Carry on.
It's to address a factual issue that Mr. Trinick. Sorry. Good afternoon, Dr. Swales. I'm forgetting my nicety.
Oh, good afternoon.
He took you to the viewpoint. The additional viewpoint was just north of Finchloch, north of New Galloway.
Oh, right.
If you recollect.
Yes, my sketch viewpoint.
That's correct.
Yeah.
If you were to look at figure 8.10.
10.
Sorry, I'm trying to. That's
is that in the inquiry report?
Sorry. Kind of figure B of CD 11.7.
Right. Okay. I've got you.
I've actually got there quicker than I have.
Oh, right. It was good luck. So figure B.
Yes. So this is taken from the same place.
Right.
Sorry, could you just wait a minute, Mr. Gordon, just till we both get it
sorry, yes.
in front of us again? Okay, we're ready.
Okay. I understand that the wireline below your sketch there has been produced by the applicant.
Right.
And that does show Shepherd's Rig turbines visible from that location.
Yes, that's true.
And we don't need to go there, but in the AEI figures, I'm just trying to get a correct reference. It's AEI figure 8.10 for the reporter's reference. It gives sharper definition than the figure 8.7 Mr. Trinick had taken you to. And that can be blown up without losing definition and does show that there is visibility on that road. So it's just for the reporter's benefit. I'm trying to clarify that.
Oh, thank you. Well, I mean, I did think
I may be a little unhelpful
on
to
the road, but
I'm sorry, I was talking over you.
Oh no, myself over yourself. I was just saying I thought there was a yellow tone on the road, but I was just expanding it on my computer, so it wasn't very clear, but I thought there was visibility.
Yeah, there is in fact a pink tone 9 to 12 turbines.
Oh, right.
Which is consistent with the wireline.
Okay.
So I think the point Mr. Trinick was trying to make was actually not correct. I'm sorry, Mr. Trinick, if I
Okay.
put it
Well,
bluntly.
it's a very useful well, friendly fire and this sort of question. I'm not sure I appreciate, but the point I made was we didn't know precisely where the sketch was taken from, and I tried to explore that in the evidence. So, but I think, ma'am, if I may, that friendly fire like this is, well, it's up to you.
Can I just say, Mr. Trinick, this is a question I was going to ask anyway, so Mr.
Well,
Gordon
I'm sure it was, ma'am, but
preempted me.
my general point stands about friendly fire.
Understand that, Mr. Trinick.
I'm sorry, I was conscious that this is the kind of question that possibly Mr. Armstrong would have taken up, and in an in-person meeting, I would have had a quiet word with Mr. Armstrong and wouldn't have raised this matter myself. I have no means of privately communicating with Mr. Armstrong. I take Mr. Trinick's correction. It would not be my normal practice.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Gordon. Do you have another question?
No, thank you, Dr. Swales, and thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Ms. Clubb, do you have any points of clarification for Ms. Wales?
No, I'm happy.
Okay, thank you. So return to Mr. Armstrong. Do you have any? Oh, sorry, it's us. Sorry. Yes, Miss Haywood, I should say. She has a couple of questions first, and then I have a couple.
Hello, Dr. Swales.
Hello.
Yeah, just the first point really is in your inquiry reports at CD 12.1 and in paragraph 1.2.6. You don't need to go there, but just to say that you mentioned Fell wind farm.
Yes.
There. Now, planning permission has recently been granted on appeal for Fell wind farm. So
I've heard that.
Yes. So what do you have to say about its interaction with Shepherd's Rig now that it has actually got planning permission?
I think the interaction would be low because there is intervening landform. We'd still have to consider wind farm pattern from elevated viewpoints. So certainly it's probably going to, well, it will effectively visually extend Black Craig from certain viewpoints. So just off the top of my head, but I would say it will effectively slightly extend stroke consolidate the existing pattern of development in the Stroan foothills, but that pattern at the moment still remains a pattern of more isolated schemes, albeit Glen Shimmerock and Cornharrow, Troston Loch, Glen Shimmerock and Troston Loch are quite a large cluster. But yeah, I would say in terms of wind farm pattern, there'll be a small consolidation, extension of Black Craig. But no, I think cumulative interactions I wouldn't have been making any point of with Fell.
Okay, thank you. Then a bit more substantive question. At paragraph 5.1.3 of your inquiry report, you say there that Shepherd's Rig is at odds with other schemes in the area that have been supported by the council and other schemes that were inappropriately located and they have been resisted. So can you be a bit more specific about what schemes you're talking about that have been supported and the other ones that have been resisted?
Yes, I'll just get to the. It's 5.1.3.
5.1.3, yeah.
Sorry, making a bit of a meal of finding this. Right, I have found it. Oh, sorry, could you give me the reference again? 5.1.3 in my
That's
in
what
my
I've
report.
said. No, I'm just going to check if I've got the right reference.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think that.
Second part of the paragraph.
Ah. Yes. So, sorry, I'm slightly slow here. If I could take you to figure 5.1.
And if you could just remind me what page that's at.
That's paper page 70, and it's the figure's called wind farm pattern, Upper Glenkens wind farm pattern.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And that shows the different schemes at different stages of and if it could also take you to my paragraph 5.2.10, and I do set out there all of those well, I've called it recent consents, that paragraph. It really should be called recent decisions, I think, because it's really an analysis of how the various schemes do and don't fit into the wind farm pattern.
Okay.
And it might answer your question, but I could run through it individually.
No, that's okay. I mean, if it's there, that's fine. Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
I think it is there.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep, thank you. That's all the questions I have for you, Dr. Swales.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. If you just give me a minute just to clarify a number of the questions that I was going to ask have already been asked, so I'm just checking which ones I still need to check. Okay, so Dr. Swales, I just wanted to check, obviously in various places in your inquiry report, you're discussing the effects in relation to Cairnsmore of Carstfairn, and I just wanted to clarify, in your opinion, whether you felt the effects were more significant on the views of Cairnsmore and its associated hills, or the views from Cairnsmore or to those hills.
I think in terms of, I mean, they are both important. I have to say that to start off with. From the hills, the really key views are probably the long range views that go down the Glenkens, down to the south, which are quite exceptional. Although I have to admit, I'm not sure I've ever seen them on a good day, but in my imagination, I can imagine they'd be really good. I have seen similar south-facing views from areas of Dumfries and Galloway where I've seen the Lake District Fells, for example, but I can't speak for certainty with the Carstfairn Hills. But when you get these long-range views down the dales and glens of Dumfries and Galloway, they're extraordinary. I mean, the depth of view is amazing. So I can't discount those views and say they're not important. I think they're tremendously important, as are the views over to the rugged granite uplands in the west. I think your eye tends to be drawn south, to be honest, but it does depend at what point in the walk you are. I think what's special about the views to the hills is those hills are such a set piece in terms of their topography and their isolated quality, which I think the fact that you tend to see them as a standout shape, and I think I've used the term visual signature, and it's very robust when you move that around that massif. So those views to the hills, where they occur, for my money, the best view is from the Southern Upland Way around Butterbowl Bridge, which I have requested a visualization from. Since scoping, we don't have one. We do have other visualizations that do show these views to the hills, and I don't dispute that. But if you want to go to what, in my opinion, is one of the best views, it's where that reveal opens out. We will have Glen Shimrock Wind Farm now quite closely in on that view, but the view from there towards the top of going along the Southern Upland Way from there to, and from the summit of Colmark Hill to the are probably some of the best. And the B729 has a switchback in the road, which means that you're getting a very dynamic experience of looking. We call it a sequential view. You can't really pin it down to a single viewpoint, which is why I've tried to express that in my text and also in my illustrations from that road. It's a very well, it's an unusually good set of reveals, and I notice it's been remarked on by the reporter for Longburn as well. It's not a designated road. It's not a tourist route, but it is a particularly attractive stretch of road. So with a unique set of views, they tend to be unique, but with a really special combination of views alternating between the granite uplands and the Carsfern Hills. And yeah, so they're all important in different ways, but there's a range of exceptional views to those hills from the Upper Glenkens, and I think the recreational routes in the area that benefit from those views, probably the reason they're as popular as they are is because, I mean, I don't know, this is me just thinking, it's because of that very rich visual scenery that we've got there that make those popular areas to walk and cycle in, I think.
Okay. Can I just follow up? You did mention Butterhole Bridge there. Can you specify exactly where that reveal takes place? Because we have actually done some site visits, and from the bridge itself, I wasn't sure whether there was actually visibility from the bridge itself, or is it just further north?
It's approaching it, I think. I'll just get my map out.
Approaching from the south?
Yes.
Okay.
I think as you move north of it, you sort of fall in behind Colmark Hill a bit.
Yeah.
And actually the visibility gets less good. But I've got 2 points marked, and on the OS map, it's basically the mile approaching, and possibly on the Southern Upland Way it could extend for 2 miles, but approaching Butterhole Bridge from the Coarse Glass School area. Right. And whether you're driving or I can imagine walking, I haven't actually walked that little stretch there, but the hills kind of come into view over the sort of quite shallow flanks of Colmark Hill. Yeah. And it is a very good prospect of the hills.
Okay, that's helpful to clarify, thank you. I think most of those other points have been raised. I mentioned yesterday also the abnormal load route, and I know that we may be discussing that further tomorrow. But obviously your appendix details your concerns over the lack of detailed technical data on those works required to facilitate the ALR, meaning that you've not been able to assess the potential landscape and visual impacts arising from it. So I wondered if you wanted to say anything at this point about what your key concerns were over the landscape and visual impacts of the ALR. And the second part to my question is whether you consider it possible to place a condition on any consent to require these issues to be resolved before development could commence.
Just trying to upload into my brain exactly where the ALR runs. I think I'm right in thinking it comes up the
B729.
Sorry?
The B729.
Ah, okay. Down from Carsfern.
That's my understanding, yes.
Ah, yes, yeah, I remember that. I mean, I'm familiar with the road, but not in huge amount of detail. I suppose my concerns really would be partly the character of the road and what widening would do to that. It's an attractive but quite narrow road of very much of rural character. So things like boundary treatments, which could be covered by condition, any engineering works. I mean, it's pretty much at a level, I think. But for example, some of the bends, even on the OS, do look quite tight. So I'd really be concerned about things like road straightening, cutting back into banks. There will be tree cover along there. We'd probably want to see tree survey type information. Obviously, some of it's forest, which there might be issues with sort of cutting into a wind firm edge with forestry. I mean, is it something that we could follow up with this?
Well, we are due to discuss it further at the hearing tomorrow afternoon on traffic and transport.
I
can
wouldn't
perhaps
have time to do any assessment before then, but I mean,
no, that's fine. I just wondered if it was something that you had already thought about, whether you had any points you wanted to make
I'd
at this
only really
point.
thought about it in terms of the information that I would ideally like to see, and that I would then verify on site. You know, I mean, usually we ask for tree information and topographical information, and any information on engineering structures. So it's really, if we could get that information, and then, you know, ultimately it would come down to site assessment, I suppose. But
okay, that's fine. I don't propose to have any further discussion on it at the moment. I just wanted to give you an opportunity if there was anything.
Okay.
And just my last question, which is a very quick one, just for completeness, and then perhaps I've missed this somewhere, but where could I find map 1 of Appendix A of the supplementary guidance? That's CD 056. So Appendix A refers to map 1, which is supposed to show the amended landscape character areas that are used to inform the supplementary guidance, but I couldn't see map 1 itself.
Oh, right.
Is it in another document, or?
I don't know. I will have to have a look myself. I'm sorry. I'm not.
Do you want to come back to us tomorrow on that? It's not critical today.
Okay, so basically it's map 1 of the supplementary
It's map 1
guidance.
of Appendix A of the supplementary guidance.
Appendix A, and it's
So
possibly
that document is CD 5.6.
And it should be an update of the LCA, is that right?
It's supposed to show the amended landscape character areas used to inform the supplementary guidance. It's really just for completeness because I couldn't find it anywhere.
And whereabouts is it referenced in the document?
I think it's just in the start of Appendix A. Wait till I see if I can.
Oh, right. So it's listed in the contents, but it doesn't appear. Is that right?
That's right. It's referred to the end of paragraph 1.4 of that document, and the document references CD 5.6.
I mean, the best way I could get clarification would be to ask our policy team, but I might not get an answer for tomorrow.
That's fine.
It sounds as if it's an omission. I'm sure if it's not in the electronic document, it probably isn't there. You know,
Right.
I have to admit, I haven't referred to that map before myself.
No,
so
I just wasn't sure what it showed, so I felt I should see it if possible.
Yeah,
but if you could check for tomorrow, that would be helpful, and if not, we can discuss further.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's all my questions. So I'll pass back to Mr. Armstrong for any final points in re-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a few points, Dr. Swale. You were asked questions about policy OP2 and its relevance to wind farm developments. Perhaps we just have policy OP2 to hand, which is CD 505, and it's on page 24.
I'll just be a second.
Yeah. It's page 24. And,
yes, I have it here.
and you can see that development proposals should achieve high quality design in terms of their contribution to the existing built and natural environment, contributing positively to a sense of place and local distinctiveness. Where relevant, proposals should, and then there's various bullet points, and then we're told also reference to the supplementary guidance provides further detail on the above elements. And well, first of all, do you think that that policy is relevant to consideration of wind farms?
Yes, I would read that as being relevant.
Yeah. And I think we can see that if we go to the supplementary guidance, which is CD 506.
Yes, I've got that.
Yeah, that there is indeed a section on design of proposals as they're not landscape and visual impacts, and design of proposals, section C.
Yes, that's correct.
And indeed, I wonder if we just turn to your report, CD 12.1, and page 71 of that report.
Yes, I've got you.
Yeah. Do you set out your opinion with regard to design and mitigation, wind farm siting, and can we see that you also you consider these matters, and you also consider them in relation to the context of the OP1 and OP2 policies and the supplementary planning guidance at paragraph 6.2.3 at page 72, and you cross-reference back to your memo which is attached to the report on this?
Yes, that's correct. When I did my original assessment and gave my view on the relevant policies where Shepherd's Rig might not meet the policy criteria, I did consider OP1 and OP2 both relevant alongside IN2. The overarching policies actually explicitly make reference to things like sense of place, local distinctiveness. Those aren't made explicit in IN2, albeit they are factors of landscape and visual, but the overarching policies are useful in my opinion because they do bring out those specific, if you like, concepts.
Thank you. And just in relation to the other policy, you were asked questions about policy NE2, which is on page 51 of the LDP2, which is CD 505. So if we turn on a few pages from OP2,
yes.
And Mr. Trunick asked you questions about the integrity of the area. Can we see there that NE1 deals with national scenic areas, and we can see the reference there to integrity? As far as policy NE2 is concerned, is that a different test set out there from the one in policy NE1, which deals with integrity?
Yeah, it doesn't mention integrity, and the factors taken into account in designating the area would not be significantly adversely affected. So, but it doesn't specifically reference integrity.
Yes, and in relation to the technical paper and the questions that Mr. Trunick asked you about the special qualities, which are obviously referred to in NE2, and he asked you in relation to your definition of them, the sweeping dramatic views of the hills from the valleys is one of them, and I think Mr. Trunick asked you where on page 20 there was reference specifically to the valleys. But I suppose if you turn over the page to 21, and the two relevant landscape character types, are you correct, for the consideration here are obviously the Southern Uplands 19, and over the page in 22, the Upper Dale, which is 9.
Mm.
And in both of these, do they mention valleys?
Well, the Upper Dale is the Glen Kens Valley, yes, and actually even in that initial description refers to certain sections of the perimeter valleys. So, yeah, valleys are made explicit in the technical paper.
Yeah, thank you. You were asked a number of questions in relation to the DGWLCS, and I'll just come back on one point in relation to, or no, 2 points in relation to that. First of all, Mr. Trinick took you to page 17. Sorry, he took you to a number of pages, but he took you to the definition of methodology. He took you to the study methodology pages, should I say, and the definition of terms.
Yes.
And on page 10, and in relation to landscape capacity, and you were taken to that, and you were asked about questions in relation to significance. If we turn on to page 17 and paragraph 2.7, is there a little bit more guidance there in relation to significance and acceptability?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And I don't wish to startle Mr. Trinick. He I think just before lunch was startled by one of your responses to the question. But if we have CD 940, which is the Longburn decision, and I think you'll recollect that yesterday.
Do I need to find that?
I think it would be helpful
Yes,
if you
I've
could
got
have
it.
that.
Just be a second. I've got it.
And I think you'll recollect that I had some discussion with Mr. Denny yesterday in relation to the Longburn application and what regard the reporter there had to the DGWLCS. But and I think Mr. Denny was taken by me to paragraphs 10 and 11. And perhaps we just want to look at paragraphs 10 and 11. Do they set out an approach that you think is acceptable in relation to what regard one should have to the capacity study? I'm thinking of particular paragraph 11.
Yes, it does. Notice it also makes reference to this possibly missing character map of Appendix A. So, yes, but yes, to answer your question.
Thank you. And I suppose just on OP2 and its relevance, can we also see if we turn on to paragraph 102, page 18, that the reporter in that case thought that there was some relevance of policy OP2?
Going beyond cross-examination, we are starting to lead here. So
yes, it does.
Can we watch out, please? We are leading a bit here.
And finally, there was some discussion with Mr. Trinick in relation to your sketches, and I wonder if you could have CD 1107 to hand. That's the appendix to Mr. Denny's precognition.
Yes, I've got that.
And if we turn to figure L on that, and I think it was in relation to.
Oh, hang on, I'm not on L yet. Yes.
And I think it was in relation to you had marked up Windy Standard 2 on your sketch, but can we get an indication there in L in the wireline of the extent that you'd be able to see the wind farms in the distance?
Yeah, and Windy Rig actually, the Anemometer was a feature. I mean, I haven't just guessed the Anemometer. I quite often draw those in as my sketches because they do give me a scale reference for usually for the hub height. And the Anemometer for Windy Rig was on the west of the scheme, northwest of the scheme, which meant, well, if you were seeing it from this view, for example, it would be falling in mostly in behind Craig and Gillen and also Moorbrook Hill, which is a large shoulder on the right. But yes, that indicates
Can I
wind
just
farms
point
that
out-
are in the background.
Can I please point out that I did not take Dr. Swales to this viewpoint. I took her to figure a different figure, which is shown on 201, which is a Dundalk Hill, not Smithon's Bridge. So
Yeah, I think it was figure B that you took to us.
Sorry, was
to
it figure
Mr.
B?
Trinick.
Is that my?
Yeah.
completely
Yeah.
different figure. So this is new
Yeah.
evidence.
Well, if we go to figure B then, so again, does that give an indication?
Is that the right one, Mr. Trinick?
I think Mr. Trinick is absolutely right on that. It is B. So,
Yes, yeah, and yeah, I've indicated windy standard in the distance on those.
No, it's not figure. It's not figure B. It's not figure B. I'm afraid. If you go to if you go to figure 2.1, and I'm trying to match it up with CD
Okay. Yes, and I do know the one you mean. Actually, hang on, I will find it here probably.
Prison.
Let's get the right one in CD 11.7 before we go on. Dundalk Hill, which is it, please? Sorry about this. We're just checking.
It's
to make
figure-
sure we get the right.
yeah.
Figure G.
Figure
So-
G, I'm obliged.
Sorry about that.
No, it was my mistake in the first place. So it's figure G that ties in.
Yes.
That's the one.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Can we see windy rig? We can see that in the wire line there.
Yes,
can we? Yeah.
although as I did explain, that was me putting that in from my knowledge, not a representation of what I was looking at. It was used as a part of my analysis. But yes, that's it, set back from the hills.
I'm obliged. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there's just one or two points I really have to raise, and forgive me, it's just coming out of that. In terms of OP2, and so we get it right. I mean, I know Dr. Swell's not a policy witness, but he was taken to OP2. I want to be clear on one thing before we get to a discussion of OP2, that the reference to supplementary guidance, we don't believe is a reference to the wind energy supplementary guidance at all. It's a reference to the supplementary guidance on design, so we don't get misled by the question put. Nothing to do with wind energy supplementary guidance, point one.
Could we clarify that tomorrow? Just double check that and clarify that the policy hearing.
By giving advance notice arising out of this re-examination.
Mum, as I say, these are matters that can be dealt with. These are matters that can be dealt with tomorrow. But what I was taking the witness to was her evidence, where she considered both OP2 and also considered the supplementary guidance in relation to wind farms and the sections in relation to design. But I'm sure these are matters that we can have a discussion on tomorrow.
Yeah, I just don't want any evidence incorrectly recorded here. That supplementary guidance is not on wind energy, it's on design. It's important to record that. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we should take a short break now before we hear Mr. Gordon's evidence. Does that suit everybody? I'm obviously conscious that we've got two more parties to speak, so I don't want to take too long a break, but I think if we come back at 3:20, we may need to go past 4 o'clock. I want to make sure that Miss Clubb has enough time to make her points. So 3:20, if that's okay with everyone. Mr. Gordon?
Can I just say, ma'am, that I anticipate being very quick because I have absolutely nothing to say. It's already all in print. So
Right, okay.
I'm in your hands and Mr. Trinick's hands as to how long it actually takes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So we'll come back.
I've got no questions for Mr. Gordon, so that may help you in terms of timetable.
Okay. I know I have a couple of questions. I don't know if Mr. Armstrong will have anything to say. So that's helpful to know. So let's come back at 3:20. Thank you.
Mr. Trinick, I'm not sure if it was you was wondering what the KTR stood for and one of the earlier figures.
It was. Thank you, Dave. What does it mean?
Kendoon to Tongland reinforcement.
Oh, it's not very exciting.
No, it's a new 132 kilovolt overhead power line.
I'm very grateful. Thanks very much. I thought it'd be something exciting. Oh, well.
But it explains the prominence of the pylon towers in the visualization.
Yeah, I understand. No, thanks for that. I'm grateful.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gordon. Is everybody else back? I'm not seeing Mr. Armstrong yet. I'm not seeing Mr. Trinick, but I'm hearing him.
Yes, I saw him briefly and then he
Oh,
vanished.
he's back.
Yeah.
He's back. Great. Okay, thank you. So now we are going to turn to Mountaineering Scotland's evidence in chief. So Mr. Gordon, obviously we have your recognition. So is there anything further that you would like to add to kick us off?
No, there isn't, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll turn to Mr. Armstrong. Do you have any questions that you'd like to make to Mr. Gordon?
Ma'am, I've got no points of clarification now.
Okay. Ms. Clubb, was there anything you wanted to clarify in Mr. Gordon's evidence? Can you hear okay?
Yeah, sorry, I've just unmuted myself. No, I've no questions.
Okay. And Mr. Trinick, was there anything that you wanted to ask in cross-examination?
No, ma'am, but I think we've clarified, Mr. Gordon, the point at paragraph 17 in terms of the reporter's error in the
Yes.
windy standard. So we needn't even explore that, need we? You're absolutely correct. On that basis, no questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I just had a couple of more general questions. Ms. Haywood, can I just check you? Do you have any questions? No. So, Mr. Gordon, if you could just turn to your inquiry report, so that's 13.1, in paragraph 8 and 9. Do you have that in front of you now?
Sorry, can you give me a moment? I brought
Sure.
all the other documents up except for that one. Okay, I have it.
So paragraph 8 and 9, can you clarify what geographical area you consider to be included in the setting of the development site?
From the point of view of mountaineering and taking account of the fact that there is already wind farm development to the north and east, the area we are concerned with essentially is the area lying between the Rins of Kells, crossing the upper Glencairns Basin and up onto the slopes of the Cairnsmore Massif.
Okay. And similarly, can you clarify what geographical area you consider to be included in the setting of Cairnsmore of Carsfairn itself? So the first question was really about the setting of the development site, and the second one is about the setting of Cairnsmore, if those two things are different.
Okay, I was maybe conflating them a little bit there.
Well, is there any difference, would you say? And if so, explain.
I don't think there is. The setting of Cairnsmore of Carsfairn would be different were there not extensive wind farm development already north and to some extent existing and application sites to its east. In a sense, in mountaineering terms, we've completely discounted north and east of Cairnsmore of Carsfairn.
Okay. My next question is relating to paragraph 10 of your inquiry report. And there you're discussing the potential detachment of Cairnsmore from the Glencairns and the Rins of Kell, describing the effects from Shepherd's Rig and from Quanton's Hill. Obviously, putting aside Quanton's Hill for a moment, could you describe in a little more detail what you consider the effect to be solely from Shepherd's Rig?
Yes. It's particularly when looking from the Rins of Kells to Cairnsmore of Carsfairn, and especially as you move south on the Rins of Kells, Corsveen and further south. I think viewpoint 21 illustrates it, that the Shepherd's Rig development would compete with Cairnsmore of Carstfern for the viewer's attention. I think perhaps that's the best way to put it. I think in one of my documents I accidentally said or gave the impression it was in line of sight, and that was incorrect. It's slightly offset to the right, not exactly in line of sight, but close enough and at distances where the movement will be highly visible. And as I say somewhere in my documents, hill walkers are very often looking down onto turbines. They're often seeing them backclothed. That tends to exaggerate their conspicuity.
Thank you. Also in this paragraph, you describe a mountain landscape of high value and of national significance. Can you clarify how you define the geographical scope of that landscape? Are you just talking about the area immediately around Cairnsmore or a wider area?
I'm talking about a wider area. In large part, it coincides with the northern part of the regional scenic area. So from Glentrool and the minor road that runs just west of the name's escaping me. The western ridge of the Galloway Ups. In yellow. Oh, I do beg your pardon, I've completely forgotten the name of the big hill. Bear with me one moment. The Merrick, of course. So from west of the Merrick, over the Merrick Range, across the Dungeon Range in between, over the Winds of Kells, down the west side of the Winds of, east side, I beg your pardon, of the Winds of Kells to the Glen Kens, and then the upper basin of the Glen Kens and Cairnsmore of Carstfern. And it's the fact that Cairnsmore of Carstfern is in a position where it can very easily be visually detached if development comes across that part of the Glen Kens that has been our consistent concern with Mountaineering Scotland.
Okay. And similarly, still sticking with the same paragraph, can you set out what you consider to comprise what you call the prime mountaineering resource of the Southern Uplands? Is that exactly what you've just referred to or something different?
No, that's exactly the area that
Right.
I've referred to. Basically, what would happen would be the Cairnsmore of Carstfern limb of it would be cut off.
Okay. Thank you. And my final question was just in relation to paragraph 11 of your inquiry report. And I just wanted to check whether there were any viewpoints that you considered were more adversely affected than others, specifically from a mountaineering perspective.
Yeah, here's a note I prepared earlier. I mean, the mountaineering viewpoints, which I assume I listed somewhere, given that Benina has been changed by Mr. Denny to significant now, when he and I are in agreement on Ben Brack, Benina, Cairnsmore of Carstfern, Knockgray, and Althang.
So that's BP 10, 13, 14, and
pardon,
16.
10,
Yeah.
13, 14, 15, 16. Also number 7, Comark Hill. We disagree on Corserine. We'd actually, mountaineering assessment that we did, we actually considered Corserine was quite significant. So I think the main significance on those, I would make 10 Ben Brack, 14 Cairnsmore of Carstfern, 13 Benina, and 21 Corserine. Point of view of mountaineering, I think those would be the critical ones.
Okay. Great. Okay, that's all the questions I had. So was there anything else that you wanted to add in closing, Mr. Gordon?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for your input there. So we turn to Ms. Clubb now. So as with Mr. Gordon, we've got your recognition. So is there anything that you would like to add to that?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to be part of this inquiry. Before I speak about the landscape, I need to declare that I'll be reporting back to the Global Developmental Language Disorder Awareness Team. It's a bit of a mouthful, on my experience within this inquiry. My auditory dyslexia forms part of developmental language disorder. This is not to make judgment on the proceedings, but to better understand how speech and language therapists may assist children to cope with inquiries on court cases. It is important to teach them how to self-advocate, subsequently allowing them to engage with the planning process. So as much as possible, I'll read out my evidence just now, which I've attempted to précis this afternoon, so that I'll be a little bit more succinct. So I'm going to start off with an introduction to the sort of background as to why I asked to be part of this inquiry on landscape in particular. I've got a response to Mr. Denny's, one of Mr. Denny's reports. He asked a question about something he had a question for me in that. And then I've got basically 3 messages which I would like to expand on in terms of the landscape, most of which relates to what's been said throughout this inquiry. So I'll just crack on. Okay, so my name is Fiona Clubb. I am a resident, a local businesswoman, an Indigenous Scot, and a graduate mechanical engineer. I'm here at this inquiry as a witness to the negatively affected. In particular, I'm concerned that well-being is being seriously compromised by major developments, such as the one we're discussing this week. Key issues rarely considered, yet pertaining to the negatively affected, are A, the high propensity of language challenges, such as dyslexia and English as a second language, in this and other rural communities. B, poor rural communication networks, including the availability of newspapers in rural communities. C, vulnerabilities such as the autism spectrum disorder. D, health status of community members who are limited in time. E, the plight of the transient population who move in for peace of mind and become trapped. F, the effect on livelihoods, particularly those such as myself who are self-employed. And G, the situation whereby so many community residents are living under duress, whether through non-disclosure agreements, employment situations, or by being in rented residences. All these matters affect people's ability to engage in the planning process, resulting in a status which renders them non-citizens. In a 2019 TED Talk, our First Minister discussed why government should prioritise well-being. This leads to me why I asked to be part of this particular inquiry. I am here because a Shepherd's Rig representative introduced me to the concept of majoritarianism. Yes, she was right. The majority do control the yes-no decision. But I stick to my belief that this majoritarian power does not give the majority a mandate to undermine the well-being of the minority. Throughout this inquiry, it is my hope to deliver messages on behalf of the negatively affected. First message, I concur with the First Minister that government should prioritise well-being. Secondly, that government should facilitate the setting of value boundaries to deliver peace of mind amongst the resident community. Thirdly, that the practice of objectivity, however valuable, is not the whole picture. Objectivity alone cannot be relied upon to deliver well-being. Fourthly, policies and other documents, like maps, are not the territory. That fact should never, ever be forgotten. So I'll go on to discuss these messages in terms of landscape. So message one, I concur with the First Minister that government should prioritise well-being. In terms of landscape, simply, the landscape is our natural health service. People come here to the Carsfield area and the wider Glen Kens for the benefits that landscape bestows on their well-being, as well as the benefits that a truly green environment bestows. Despite the progress in civilization, which has taken the majority of people to the relatively clean urban environment, there are many people who seek to move out towards more complex green environment, as there are who wish to escape from it. Each does so to improve their sense of well-being. Those who seek to escape to the city will find it significantly easier to do so than those who are trapped in the city. For some of us, myself included, it is the endeavour of a whole lifetime to escape city noise, finally, only to be inundated with a tsunami of industrialisation surrounding them. It is truly devastating. I now refer to the discussion between Mr. Trinnick and Dr. Swales, and the reference is CD 014001. Okay, so this is my own inquiry report, and it's page 3, number 2, but page 3. That. And it's the second picture.
Sorry, Ms. Clubb, do you mean Appendix 2 or?
No,
Appendix
page 3.
1.
Page 3.
Oh, page 3, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, page 3, and it's photograph 2.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I'm referring to. So, can a wind farm, Mr. Trinnick, I think asked, if I've picked this up correctly, can a wind farm add to a landscape and or at least settle comfortably within it? Yes, of course it can. That is for sure, it can. But Shepherd's Rig is not one of those. Now, Weatherhill is a great example. So the picture is the picture out of my kitchen window, and you can see Weatherhill up on the top of Weatherhill. Weatherhill Wind Farm is up there. So I look at all 14 turbines from 5 of the 6 main windows in my home. The reason this one farm was acceptable when I bought this property was because the design principles were fulfilled. They were followed.
Could we just stop for a second, because Ms. Haywood's sound seems to have gone. I don't know if Mr. Armstrong, are you having the same problem?
Yes, the sound went just from 5 of the 6 main windows.
Okay, let's
so
just pause for a second. Let's pause for a second and see if we can get Miss Haywood back. Can you speak now, Miss Clubb, and see if Miss Haywood can hear you?
Yes, okay. I look at all 14 turbines from 5 of the 6 main windows in my home. The reason this wind farm was acceptable when I bought the property was because the design principles were followed. The turbines are set to the side of a very special wow view towards Cornharrow House, Benbrack's Riding Arch, and to Lamgarach at the head of the Shingle Glen. Unfortunately, that wow view, which delivered me so much well-being, has been filled to the brim with the consented Cornharrow Wind Farm. And there in the picture, you'll see the Cornharrow Wind Farm as it was presented when it was approved, but of course, as now they're asking for much bigger ones. That's not really relevant to this discussion. So the only other view that I have from this window is towards where they're putting the Trosson Loch wind farm. So my whole vista is now of every window in my house is now going to be filled with turbines. From the perspective of my property, this is catastrophic, and my own sense of well-being has been seriously undermined. Yet I accept that I am not entitled to a view, so I must find my sense of well-being somewhere else. 90% of people who arrive at my doorstep say wow, and that is even with the presence of Wetherhill. So that should please the renewables sector tremendously. I'm certain they would not have said wow if Longburn at 960 metres distance had been approved. Longburn, if you see that picture, Longburn was going to be sitting in front of Cornharrow on the brown shoulder that you can see nearer to my kitchen window. That's where Longburn was going to be. Whether people still say wow after Cornharrow is constructed is yet to be tested. Either way, I am the crash test dummy in the precedent for bringing turbines down the hill, and now offshore turbines onto the land. So I am looking to other wow views in my community for my sense of place and well-being. I don't see Shepherd's Rig from my house, as currently it is screened by plantation, but I see it dramatically from the field grazed by my livestock. If you go to page 6 now on that same document, and it's the second photograph on page 6, you will see a picture of what I see when I'm feeding my cows. So this is a place I can go for a shot of well-being. Far better than hitting the bottle, I could say. After my Longburn experience and discovering that every hill around my home was scoping for turbines, 100 in all, I went to my GP because I was suffering severely from post-traumatic stress on account of the way in which I found out about Longburn. My doctor was very sympathetic. He said to me, "Don't worry, Fiona, go for a nice walk in the country." Bingo. The landscape is our National Health Service. Mr. Trinick is suggesting that Estill Muir is a turbine-free reservation. Glory, say I. I would like to ask if his clients would be prepared to finance the movement of turbine-sensitive residents and businesses to Estill Muir. The continued and endless rounds of planning are killing us all. So now I'd like to move on to message 2. Message 2, that government should facilitate the setting of value boundaries to deliver peace of mind amongst the resident community. Mr. Denny yesterday implied that the landscape effects were substantial. And if he hadn't, he would have undermined his professionalism. It is a no-brainer that the landscape will be damaged. The special qualities will also be damaged. Nonetheless, he has a point that in troubled times, some things, no matter how valuable, have to be sacrificed. Let me be clear that what he is proposing to sacrifice is not a picture of a striking mountain scene. He is proposing to sacrifice the well-being of people whose lives are deeply and culturally connected to that landscape. That is in direct conflict with the First Minister's speech that government should prioritise well-being. And as such, I wish to bring the idea of landscape back onto the table. Otherwise, I can guarantee that in 5 years' time, the DPEA will be discussing the suitability of Ben Nevis, Glencoe and Arthur's Seat for wind farm development. Just because the Regional Council has set aside an area within the LCS as suitable for discussing planning of wind farms does not mean that the whole of that area is suitable. As I've said before, and I'm going to say it again, just because you dig a hole doesn't mean to say you must fill it all up with stones. After the whole planning process has finished in this area, residents ask, what is our sense of place to be? Are we to live inside a total wind farm landscape? Or will we be left with something, anything, that may contribute to our sense of well-being? The Strathfragan area has extremely special qualities. In my opinion, it needs to be given special protection, including the site of the proposed Quantins wind farm. In Dr. Swale's report, that's CD 012001, page 9, you'll maybe remember it, she outlines the sensitive area, which is the Cairnsmore of Carsfairn Massif in purple, to which I'm referring. I concur with this. Personally, I would extend that purple area to include the Strathfragan Heritage Site, the Southern Upland Way to Ben Brack and the Striding Arches, and Manhole Hill. So now I've got move my reference to it's the viewpoint. So it's viewpoint 3, which is in CD 001020. And it's viewpoint 3, which is Guttery Glen. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Windy Rig has damaged the special quality of this viewpoint. A spectacular wow view, one which caused a motorcyclist to veer off the road and break his arm so very long ago. At the reveal on the B729 travelling towards Carsfairn, it has become, the Windy Rig has become the primary focal point. Expressed emotionally, the wow is now preceded by an expletive. Viewpoint 3, sheet A, in no way represents the landscape view as the lived experience. The other undeniably wow view in my local community is VP11. VP11, if you've got that. Okay. If I owned the land on the B7000 where this viewpoint is, I would create a car park and sell burgers. This is an awesome view. Absolutely awesome. Cornharrow Wind Farm and Windy Rig have crossed an acceptable boundary and are impinging on the treasure that is the Strathfragan Cairnsmore area. So message 3, that the practice of objectivity, however valuable, is not the whole picture Objectivity alone cannot be relied upon to deliver well-being. This is where informed intuition meets the wow factor and sense of place. So we've had a lot of argy-bargy about the sketches. And there's always a lot of argy-bargy in the community about the photo montages. But there's not many people that really know much about the lived experience. What's it like to live with wind turbines? My neighbours live with the noise of Witherhill. And when they try to express their lived experience, they are put down, ignored, gaslighted. And they are just become destroyed because they are people that they look up to that are there to look after them just won't listen. I'm fortunate enough to be far away from Witherhill to hear them to a point where they're bother me. But this isn't about noise. This is about landscape. So I have the joy of living within my landscape with Witherhill every single minute of the day. Even when I'm sitting in my office and I look out the window that it doesn't overlook Witherhill. Witherhill is reflected in its complete entirety within the window pane. So it's there all the time. And the lived experience has got nothing to do with what's in the photographs, nothing to do with what's in the sketches. That depends on the light, what it looks like. Sometimes they feel as if they're in the middle of your living room. They're so huge. And then sometimes they become tiny and they disappear away off. And sometimes we don't see them at all. They go into the mist. Sometimes they're bright knicker pink. And sometimes they're as dark as the night. And sometimes the moon rises up and we can see the blades crossing over the moon. So there's all sorts of experiences. Some of them are good fun. Some of them are not good fun. But I know these turbines. We've got the names for them. We've got Lazy Bob is the one that's always breaking down, and the guy's always up fixing it. So you get to know these turbines and understand them intimately. So when people come along with photo montages, it's really irritating because there's nothing about them that is real. They are devoid of emotion. They are not representative of reality. And as somebody that has studied photography and understands about how to process photographs digitally, I'm going to be totally and utterly honest and rude and say they are complete rubbish. They do not represent what the human eye sees. And I know that because I live with them every single day. Dr. Swales produced their sketches. And they may not be to the liking of somebody who likes an objectively presented photo montage. But for me, they were a very, very welcome antidote to the horrendously reduced, manufactured and misleading photo montages. And so I thank Dr. Swales for that to the bottom of my heart. So what I would say is, in terms of landscape, although everybody has to do their job, whether it's scientists or lawyers or reporters or everybody that's a professional, yes, you do a fantastic job. And there's a lot that I agree with, a lot. But we need to hear more about the human lived experience. That subjective wow can be from one person, but the collectively subjective experience, which I get every time somebody comes up to my door, they go, wow, look at that view. And every time that happens, instead of me saying, I know, isn't it absolutely wonderful? You know, I'm so lucky to live here. I have to curl up inside myself and say, don't mention the wind farms, don't mention the wind farms. It's incredibly stressful. So that if that 90% of people that come up to my door all say, wow, we have something that is collectively subjective. And if everybody in the world was collectively subjectively agreed, do we not have something that trends to objectivity? I say that is true. So I say that we need to hear more about the human lived experience of people that live beside these wind farms, because models only go so far. And the final message, this is me just about finished. The final message is basically one that I intend to speak about tomorrow in the transport, because it's very much more to do with the transport situation. But it is relevant here. It is to do with modelling. Policies and other documents, like maps, are not the territory. That fact should never be forgotten. So thank you very much for hearing me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clubb. Now we will just turn to Mr. Armstrong to see if he has any points of clarification.
Ma'am, no points of clarification, thank you.
And Mr. Gordon, do you want to say anything?
No, nothing from me, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and Mr. Trinick, do you have anything in cross-examination?
No, thank you, ma'am. I've listened and appreciate entirely what Fiona Clubb has said. I hope that she feels that her evidence is, she's had time to present her evidence properly and not felt sandwiched between the evidence of others. So thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you. I just had a couple of quick questions. Do you have anything, Ms. Haywood? Yep. Ms. Haywood's just going to say something.
I'll never forget the turbine called Lazy Bob now. It's always in my head forever. I've got a question though. Just wanted to say that.
Okay, I've got a couple of just specific questions, and it was just about your inquiry report, paragraph 1. I think you mentioned the active travel route shown in Appendix 2 as a green dotted line, and I just wondered, is that found in the council's core path plan?
I'm just bringing that up just now. In fact, I totally forgot to mention that in my agenda. So let me just see, it's in Appendix 2. Yes, you said that. Yes, sorry, I meant to do that one.
If you could
right,
maybe
okay.
bring up that.
I've got it here. Right, okay. Yeah. So yes, this is quite important really, because I run a local access group, and it's equine based, and we primarily set it up because it was becoming increasingly dangerous to travel about the local roads, the B729 and so on, because of the increase in construction traffic. And we decided to set up a little group to see if there was anywhere we could take get off the road. And it's called the Ken's Cairn Equestrian Access Group, and we're affiliated with the British Horse Society. And although it's called the Equestrian Access Group, we actually are here to promote access for walkers and cyclists as well. And primarily that's what we focus on, because there's so few of us that that are in the group. It's mostly in the area, it's walkers. So what I did as the secretary was I researched every single track back to 1850 through lots of different information across the whole area, from Sanquhar to Corsic, over towards Newt Stewart and Thornhill. That whole area, that's the area that we cover. To identify various tracks that they've put them in order of significance. So, for example, the red track, that's the Southern Upland Way, so that would be one of Scotland's great trails. So all the great trails are marked in red. The blue lines are all core paths. In Dumfries and Galloway core paths. There's the solid green track is heritage trails, local heritage trails, which is the green one that you can see going up through the Stronfragan Crag.
Yep.
There are dotted green lines, which are what I call strategic forest tracks, which are strategic in the sense that they link tracks from A to B. We haven't marked in all the forest tracks because obviously within the forestry business, they have to get on with their work. They don't want people padding about all over the place willy-nilly. So when we're looking for off-road routes, we're looking to cooperate with local businesses and landowners so that their activities are not damaged. We've got rights of way. The dotted blue lines are rights of way. There's quite a few of them through the Stronfragan area that are, although the rights of way, they've been locked. There's a kind of cyan colour that goes up towards the Craigengillan Hill. These are actual rights of way, which are recognised with Scott Ways. We've got the yellow track. You can see there's a yellow track that goes all the way up to Weather Hill, although it is impassable because of lock gates and cattle grids and so on. And then we've got other sort of MOV tracks, which are historic tracks, which people used in the past to travel from one house to another house within a community. And they're quite important because they signify, in terms of this type of landscape, which is very wet and boggy, it tells us where the ground is dry. So it's important to note these so that so basically this. Can
I just clarify my question, maybe? Just coming back to that. Well, so I just wanted to check really the status of the green dotted line, whether it was found in the core path plan, because I was also looking at the Dr. Swale's evidence, and figure 1.02 in her inquiry report. I don't know whether you have that to hand, but it set out the recreational routes with likely significant visual impacts, and that route wasn't one of those. So I was just really trying to find out whether you felt that there would be significant visual impacts from that green dotted line route.
That's the green dotted line that goes across the Windy Rig site.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there would be. Yes, absolutely. We've travelled that. The group's travelled that track a couple of times. It's a very pleasant track. It's obviously it's not a core path, but we do have a right to travel that track just with general use. And
that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So, but the reason I included that was to demonstrate the extreme network of paths within that area as a special area, and the views from these tracks are absolutely phenomenal. And therefore this is not an area that is devoid of what you call natural capital. This is an area that is very rich in capital and already has a huge number of resources in there for people to go out and enjoy the outdoors and to get that sense of well-being. So that's why I included that. And so it's basically it's a British Horse Society map.
Okay, that's useful context to understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. And my second and final question was just if you could say, I think you mentioned in paragraph 3 of your inquiry report, you mentioned the community woodland adjacent to the development site. And I just wondered if you could give us some sort of update on whether the purchase has been completed, how the site would be used, and how you think the development would affect the use or the character of that community woodland.
Yes, now I was for a while a director of the Carsfen Community Woodland team. I no longer am, but yes, I do know that they have now completed the purchase of the site. They've got entry. They've had an open day. They're still sort of developing their ideas. They've had a significant amount of money from is it South of Scotland Enterprise, and they're planning to have some sort of holiday cabins on the site somewhere, and so on, and for basically the idea was for it to be somewhere for people to for the community to go to, where there would be peace and quiet, and it's very scenic there. So to what extent
do you think that the development would affect the character or the use of that site as you've described?
Well, obviously, when the site's being developed, then it becomes a major issue. So it's going to impact on them at that point. The road becomes absolutely manic when there's a development going. That's something we'll talk about tomorrow.
Yeah.
But of course, that's a short-term thing. It may last for a year. But then, of course, we've got more. We've got another 3 wind farms all lined up to actually that have. So, I mean, this is something to discuss tomorrow, is the cumulative effect of everybody wanting to use the B729. So long-term impact. Well, it's just the presence of the turbines there. Will it affect them? Will it not? That's really for them to say. It may be far enough away that they won't notice it at all. I don't know what the noise situation will be. I mean, the people are going there for peace and quiet, and that's what people want in this community, is peace and quiet. That's why they've moved here. That's why you go and wander around a woodland and for the peace and quiet. Will it affect that? I don't know. So
that's fine.
Just all part. It's what the point I was trying to make is it's part of a complete package. So what you've got is, and it's important to see it as a whole, because you've got a whole area in there that is absolutely tremendously valuable as an outdoor resource. You've got the community woodland, which is at the bottom of that that picture on the screen there, that of the map. It's in the bottom left-hand corner. You've then got the Stronfraig and Craig. So people that go to people that go to stay and say at the community woodland or use it as a base to travel out from are going to have to go up. They're going to have to get to this. They could go to the Stronfraig Fort and go up to Ben Brack, join the Southern Upland Way. They can even go up to Weather Hill. They might want to go up and see a turbine, a wind farm at Weather Hill. It's just such a massive outdoor resource. If they want, say they're at the community woodland, right? And it's a school party. This woodland was very keen on having children there, so they might have school party there, and they wanted to go for a hike up the Cairnsmore Carse Fairn. So this is part of what my map is here to show people in the community, that to get from there, they would go, there's a kind of network along these colour things. And as you can see, if they're going along the B729 from that bottom corner, bottom left-hand corner, it's because it's such a twisty road, you do not want to have people on the road. It's very dangerous in places for walkers, you know, especially school children. It'd be great to be able to take them off-road all the way up to the Cairnsmore Carse Fairn. And that link of dotted line that goes across Shepherd's Rig site, the green dotted line, is a strategic link for the people that are using the community woodland to go to get off-road all the way up, a large way up the Waterken Road, the C35S, where it actually comes off, and then they would continue up what is a relatively safe road to travel on foot, up to where you can see there's a kind of light blue colour. That's the right of way that takes you all the way up to up Green Hill and then up to the Clinic Brothy. So there's a great thing for the school kids, is to say, right, we're going to go for a hike, kids. We're going to go up to the Clinic Brothy and we're going to spend the night there, and then we're going back down to the community woodland. And that's how we would get them there off road. And with all this wind farm traffic that's going on, that's been planned already, that's the route. That's the only way of getting them up there. Now, of course, if the wind farm's built, then they'll still get up there, because I'm sure the developers will allow people to wander through their wind farm. And so in terms of the children's experience, is this something that, do you want them to be wandering through the wind farm? It might be a good thing, you know. I'm not fundamentally not against wind farms per se, just when they start to really impinge on people's well-being.
Okay.
So these are wider discussions, but that map is there to show the potential in the area as a fantastic outdoor place, and for further discussion, basically.
Okay. Right, thank you very much, Ms. Clubb. That's been very helpful to understand your evidence a bit more, and that's all the questions that I have. So was there anything else that you wanted to say, just final points before we close?
No, I've said enough.
No. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So I'd like to thank you all for your contributions. So we move on tomorrow now to the first of our hearing sessions on policy. We were scheduled to start at 9:30. I'm sorry if Mr. Bells had to come down unnecessarily today, but we look forward to starting that. Are there any points about the programme or any procedures before then? Mr. Trinick?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, we're just rather thoughtful about the policy session for this reason, that NPF4 draft has been published today, this afternoon.
Indeed.
Just come out, and although it's a draft, it's been debated in Parliament before being issued. It will be material consideration of some weight. I'll argue what weight later, but if we do continue with the policy hearing session now, we are going to, I think, to have to revisit matters and perhaps come back again to talk about NPF4. It's a central document for this inquiry. There is an alternative, which is to postpone the hearing session and reconvene when we're in a position to talk about NPF4 alongside other documents. We attach importance to being able to orally discuss NPF4 alongside the other policy documents. And I think we're intending in the direction of saying, should we really be going ahead with the policy session now, or rather tending in the direction of not doing so, and of reconvening when we've got NPF4 well analysed.
Thank you. So yeah, we were aware that was happening, and obviously we would all need time, ourselves included, to consider the detail of that. At this stage, we were anticipating requesting further written submissions on MPF4 after the oral sessions have been complete. So that would be our suggestion. Are there any other comments from other parties on that, Mr. Armstrong?
Mum, could I suggest that that's the best way forward, dealing with it with written submissions? And it certainly was the way that 3 weeks ago in another inquiry I was involved with, parties were aware that the MPF was imminent, and I think the reporter in that had indicated that there would be further written submissions, and I'd submit that's the appropriate way forward. It is ultimately a draft document. I don't think there is a need for an oral hearing in relation to MPF4, but rather that it could be dealt with by all the parties putting in written submissions once they've had an opportunity to look at the document. I think it would, I'd certainly agree with Mr. Trinick that it wouldn't be appropriate to look at it tomorrow because parties haven't had an opportunity to look at it. It's over 100 pages long. And I don't think it would be fair on anyone really to expect people to come back and have comments on it ready for tomorrow. So I would suggest that the written submission process is the best way forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, Mr. Gordon or Ms. Clubb? No. So I think that would be our preference, Mr. Trinick, and obviously that will give us all time to have a look at it. I mean, obviously, if we feel later that we do need to have another oral session, then that's still a possibility, but I think we should proceed on further written submissions at this point.
I accept that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the process or the programme? No. So on that basis, we will say thank you very much at this point, and we look forward to seeing those of you who are participating in tomorrow's hearing session at 9:30, again with access from 9:15. Thank you all very much.